Really strong.
Good evening. The Durham Public Schools Board of Education work session is now in session. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who is joining us this evening. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, staff, students, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, serve, and lead. The interpreters for tonight are Martha Romo Rodriguez and Marty Ramirez. Thank you for taking the time to join us tonight. Happy New Year. It is a year of new opportunities. It is a year of new challenges. We ask that as we gather tonight, that y'all will help us by starting to center our meeting with a moment of silence of the challenges and opportunities and hopes that lie ahead for 2022. Thank you all. That brings us to item 3, agenda review and approval. Are there amendments that need to be made to the agenda as presented?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would request that we amend the item 11 closed session agenda to include a hearing of a student transfer appeal.
Thank you. We will note that amendment. Any other changes needed to the agenda as presented? If not, I would welcome a motion.
I move approval of the agenda as amended.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Umstead and seconded by Mr. Lee that we approve the amended agenda. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously. That brings us to item 4, the work session minutes from December 9th, 2021. Are there any changes or amendments needed to those minutes?
I move approval of the board work session minutes from December 9th, 2021.
Second.
And moved by Mr. Lee, seconded by Ms. Lewis, that we approve the minutes. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The minutes are approved unanimously. That brings us to item 5, general public comment. I believe we have parent on the way for general public comment and in hopes that they may arrive soon, let me go ahead and review the rules for general public comment. First, please state your name. If speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Second, speakers are asked to present their comments in a specified time, usually 3 minutes. When the yellow light comes on, you'll have 15 seconds left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, or to the operation of the school system. Finally, the board members will listen carefully and consider the comments, but we do not engage in discussion with speakers. So much. So our first speaker this evening is Jenny Averes. And we will allot 6 minutes and have plenty of time for interpretation as well.
Sí, está bien. Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Jenny Juárez. Soy madre del estudiante Alan Martínez. Mi hijo va a la escuela a la Riverside. Y hace poco tuvimos un accidente con uno de los oficiales que trabajan ahí. La verdad, nosotros, o por lo menos yo, me sentí muy, aparte de decepcionada, me sentí como sobajada, me sentí discriminada y yo fui a la escuela para poder ayudar a mi hijo, para poder sí, mientras agarro palabras.
Okay, my name is Jenny Martinez. Juarez, perdón. My son, Alan Martinez, goes to Riverside. We recently had an accident with a school official. And I went to Riverside to speak about it, and I felt not only disappointed, but also discriminated against.
Entonces yo quiero que eso se tome como un punto de importancia, porque nosotros como comunidad latina queremos seguir creciendo. Quiero que mi hijo siga creciendo. Con el accidente que él tuvo con el oficial, él se sintió intimidado. Yo me sentí intimidada. Y incluso mi hijo ya no quiere regresar a la escuela. Entonces yo quiero que la escuela sea un lugar en que mi hijo se sienta seguro y que yo también me sienta segura.
So I want this to be taken as a point of importance. I want for Latino community to continue growing, my son to continue growing. And when this accident happened with this official, my son felt intimidated, and I also felt intimidated.
No sé si alguien tiene preguntas de quiere. Si alguien tiene preguntas de que yo o quieren que yo les diga qué es lo que pasó en el caso, pero lo más importante es que yo quiero que la escuela tome conciencia de eso.
If you have questions or you want me to explain what happened, I can, but the most important thing is I want the school to take this into consideration and deal with it.
Thank you, Ms. Juarez. Thank you for coming to speak with us this evening. We are listening and your voice matters. Thank you for your advocacy.
Gracias por venir, su voz es importante.
Our next speaker is Alan Martinez.
Okay. ¿Puedo hablar en inglés? Okay.
Hi, my name is Alan Martinez, and I am the student that goes to Riverside. I just wanted to say that I apologize for what happened, but at the same time, I feel like I've been discriminated against, and I don't feel safe at the school, knowing that I can't go for such little reasons when there's things at school that are way worse than what I did, I guess you could say. Um, I didn't feel like I had a chance to talk. I felt like I was being talked over, stepped on. I felt like my voice didn't matter, and I really hope that you guys could fix this and work to help us as a Latino community.
Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I would like for the students to meet with one of my staff outside to pretty much get more specific about the situation, then we'll be glad to follow up on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Thank you for talking with us. We hear you, we see you, we appreciate you. And I think staff will follow up with you directly.
I'm sorry.
Somebody's gonna speak with you out here in the hall,
Oh.
so one of the staff members.
Thank you. That concludes our in-person public comment, but we have virtual public comment, and we would welcome Mr. Sudworth to share those with us at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, board members. We have about 11 public comments. All of them are short, so I believe we can move through them through their entirety. Those public comments have also been posted to the DPS website at the for the board page. The first is from an anonymous concerned teacher and parent from North Durham. Why do teachers have to come in on snow and ice days on time when you think it is safe for students to come in at a 2-hour delay? Isn't that putting your teachers and staff in danger? At what point do we shut specific schools down for COVID? My school had 16 teachers and some support staff out, which equates to more than a whole grade level in one day. Teachers covering classes means more exposure for teachers and students. What is DPS doing about the teacher shortage, teachers leaving because of terrible working conditions? What about the substitute shortage? The next comment is from Neil Kaner of Deer Chase Wind. The best place for students is the classroom. Having students in school may be the best place for them for our community at large. Board meetings have focused on this, but have left out what is best for teachers, instructional assistants, bus drivers, and other staff who work for DPS. Each of these people are someone's child and are just as precious. Further, many of these people live in households who may be undergoing chemotherapy or other comorbidities. Finally, the staff of DPS have children under 5 years old who cannot yet receive a vaccine. Who is looking out for our teachers and staff? It strikes me that it is not the board nor the administrators. Next is Vanessa Safi of Crestview Drive. So on top of COVID exposure, the mental and emotional health of our children and our jobs, we also have to continue to worry about red tape. Unexcused absences for children who are trying to avoid COVID, await testing, or stop the spread is needlessly punitive and not supportive of caring for the community. Another way must be found. Next is Jenny Jones Coldren of Northwest Durham. 24, the number of hours it takes at minimum for pooled test resorts to come back, and then another 24 at minimum after retesting before the specific contagious person is identified. 34, the percentage of total DPS staff and student COVID cases for this school year that were diagnosed last week. 2, the number of times my 3-year-old who cannot yet be vaccinated has ridden in an ambulance to the emergency department unresponsive due to febrile seizures. None of that is in your control. Here's what is. Families who opt to keep their children home are being marked with unexcused absences, even when contacting their children's teachers and keeping up with assignments. In keeping with how students are marked present when they must remain home due to COVID exposure or illness, I'm urging the Board of Education to adopt an alternate means of taking attendance so children like mine are not penalized due to family health concerns. Next is a concerned teacher from North Durham. Why does the COVID testing do pool testing? We have over 20 teachers in a positive pool test, and we were all to come to school and possibly spread the disease. Next is Alicia Logie of Maynard Avenue. Please allow children to be marked present if they are completing assignments from home. It is a pandemic and it's not unreasonable for a student to need to work from home for a period of time. Next is an anonymous teacher from Guest Road. I'm concerned about the adults in our buildings. Absences due to sickness are up for everyone. We're covering duties and classes outside of our own responsibilities every single day. I worry this isn't sustainable for the staff members who are able to show up. What protocols are in place or could be put in place to address skeleton crew buildings? How many absences are too many? What percentage of a school staff needs to be present in order to be operational? I see the burnout and worry about what we're asking staff members to give versus what's left in their cups. Next is Lisa Hill of Lattimore Lane. I have a problem with Parkwood Elementary School making my children eat outside. I just spoke to the principal who said it is at her discretion as to where they eat, and unless it is less than freezing, they will eat outside, 32 degrees. At 11:30 a.m. today, Wednesday, my grandchild stood outside for lunch, 44 degrees, Tuesday, 41 degrees. How did kids take hot lunch outside? It can no longer be hot by the time someone delivers it to a class, then they take it outside in the cold. My child is asthmatic and autistic. I asked that she be able to eat inside. Ms. Risconi said there is not enough staff to accommodate kids eating in two places. My other children eat indoors at Lowe's Grove, Jordan High, and Pearson Town. Why do they have to eat outside at Parkwood? I do not believe the percentage of COVID spread is different between all these schools. If it's so dangerous, why not go back to online? I witnessed a teacher outside giving out snacks and napkins to children. As they finished their snacks, they rolled around on the ground and hung on each other with no masks on. How is this safe? I asked that since online is not available and eating indoors is not available, I would like my children to work from home. Ms. Risconi said they could have a packet will be marked absent. My child is coughing now, so I'm going to keep her home. You have no right to endanger my child's health. How about the vaccinated kids eat inside with a HEPA filter and the unvaccinated eat out in the cold or in a different area? Next is Shannon Grabich of Loblolly Drive. Hello, while the current COVID variant is becoming endemic, it seems wholly unresponsible to be keeping children and staff in the classroom when more than 3% of the staff are currently diagnosed with COVID. Biologically, this new strain seems less severe. Children like my son with an IEP is having trouble with the different substitutes and the lack of structure. Parents are struggling due to before school and after school not being sufficient due to staffing. New variant, 2 symptoms within 3 to 5 days. This means that if the school were to close for only a week, we should be able to get this under control. I thank the faculty and staff who are working hard and who are currently sick with the virus doing the best they can. While the current legislation limits the school's ability, there should be a way to work around it, because if there's no teachers, there can't be school. Next is Holly Harden of Charsler Drive. 1, our students deserve the safety that is now being recommended for Omicron. We must provide not just teachers, but students KN95 or N95 masks immediately. 2, I strongly believe when results come in quickly, testing is one of our biggest tools. We should move to an opt-out model like Los Angeles, where all students are tested unless the parent or guardian opts them out each week. 3, I realize there are constraints by the General Assembly in closing schools unless staffing is affected. When teachers at a majority of schools are being pulled from their planning because no sub picks up, regardless of being paid, as it still often feels mandatory and decreases teacher morale greatly to cover for staff absences, this means staffing is affected. Additionally, if buses are not able to bring children to and from school, classes must be canceled as some of our students have no other transportation. Bus drivers are part of our school staffing. 4, COVID testing delays. We should not be in school until testing is effective by being completed in a timely manner again. We were tested on Tuesday at 11 a.m. It is now Thursday at 2:45 p.m. We have still not received our results from the initial pool testing, much less anyone retested. Essentially, this means we are having students spend what should be their 5 days of quarantining at school while positive, as by the time results come back over 5 days have passed. We have heard that schools testing on Monday also haven't heard back from pool testing. This is more than double the wait time as last week, which was already 48 hours to retest and then 48 more hours for positives, and very different from the fall where testing turnaround was often as short as 12 hours. I want to appreciate the amazing job my school's administration and team is doing in the face of this, but I believe it is the superintendent and district's job to put these 4 things in place for everyone's safety. And the final public comment is from Danielle Doman of Knox Street. Good evening. Thank you all for what you are doing to integrate public health and education. Please consider a few suggestions as you continue to refine the COVID response. 1, is it possible to update the COVID dashboard daily? Having current data is helpful for decision-making for all. 2, please consider ways to improve communication about what happens with pooled testing positives. There has been a lot of confusion and missed opportunities to have everyone prepared. 3, I know we are all stretched, but please see what you can do to improve testing turnaround time between the pooled positives and the retesting to confirm which individuals are positive. Thank you. That completes our public comments.
Thank you, Mr. Sudreth. And we thank our community for asking tough questions and for holding us accountable. The weight of these 22 months is heavy on everyone in this room and mostly on our families, students, and staff in our buildings. That brings us to item 6, our consent agenda. You all have had the opportunity to review these items in advance. The first item is the secondary math curriculum option, and the second is the revised school calendars for 2021-22. They've been very hotly anticipated by our community. Any thoughts or actions that you all are ready to bring tonight?
I move that we approve the consent items.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Sears and seconded by Ms. Valladares that we approve the consent agenda. Any further discussion or questions? If not, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The consent agenda passes unanimously. That brings us to number 7, the chief of staff item, a donation at Hillside High School.
Good evening, board members, Madam Chair, Buyer, Dr. Mubanga. I am excited to be representing multiple departments in Durham Public Schools, including operations, academics, and our donations department. This purpose of this is that under board policy, the superintendent has to bring to the board any donations over a certain amount. The board did reserve to itself the option to reject or accept certain donations. Obviously, we don't bring all of these donations to the board, but upon discussing this with Dr. Mubanga, he then instructed us to bring this to the board because of the significant change, arguably significant change to the facilities at Hillside High School on their tennis courts. Next slide, please. We have with us, who's going to be joining us a little bit later, Mr. Alex Bard with US Soccer, and he's going to be sharing some of the work that they do. But just as a brief overview, we're going to talk about the partnership, the folks we're working with. What is the mini pitch system? I initially thought it was baseball when I first heard it. So we're going to share with everyone what exactly it is, where it's going to be located, show you some pictures and expected outcomes. Next slide, please. Thank you, Mrs. Smith. So our partnership is going to be with US Soccer Foundation. There is a huge push, and Alex can speak on this in a little bit more detail across the country and in North Carolina. I know that the Orange County has one, I believe, as well, to really expose additional students and communities to the sport of soccer. And one way to do that, given the size of the regular soccer field, is they have developed this mini pitch system. Next slide, please. So as you can see on the picture, this mini pitch was built on a playground, and on the pink side is kind of what some of the options are. They are, you turn a tennis court or a playground or a hard surface into the soccer court. Next slide, please. Again, as I said, it's at Hillside High School. In that left picture, you'll see the proposed location. Obviously, once we get guidance from the board on this, we will make sure that that location or that court is the ideal location. So this is just a preliminary idea of where it could be. Next slide, please. And with that, I would ask Mr. Bard with US Soccer to take over the presentation.
Thank you, everyone, and very grateful for you all having me at this meeting and very excited for this project overall. I'll give a couple minutes here of context around what we call a mini pitch and go through the specific opportunity and partnership. And then, of course, we welcome your questions so that there's clarity on the opportunity. So here at the US Soccer Foundation, Our goal is to provide children with youth development opportunities through the sport of soccer. We do this through two paths. One is after-school programming opportunities, and the second is in what we call kind of our infrastructure, which is our safe places to play program, building field spaces and courts like this for communities that don't have necessarily the public resources to bring projects like this on their own. So our mini pitches are small hard court surfaces specifically designed for soccer play. And like already mentioned, we target underutilized or misutilized spaces and try to convert them into a mini pitch that will be more used and embraced by the community. In our history of building these projects at the U.S. Soccer Foundation, we're just shy of 500 of these around the country. We should have a goal of building 1,000 of them by 2026. And we built these in almost every state across the country, including, as mentioned, past projects, both in Durham with the Parks and Recreation Department, as well as in some neighboring communities, most recently with Raleigh Parks and Recreation, whom we completed a project with actually only 2 months ago. The goal, and in our early conversations with the Durham Public Schools team, we looked to identify underutilized spaces at Durham Public Schools facilities that would also be embraced by the community to add soccer. So we do our best not to think of this as taking away any sort of used space or sport, because we don't want to compete and pit soccer against something else. But what we often do, and you can see in the bottom picture, is identify places where there's maybe an excess of basketball or tennis courts and look to take one of those and convert it to soccer. Messaging wise, we like to think of that as adding sports, not removing anything. Can we go to the next slide, please? Why do we do this? Just some of the background on the U.S. Soccer Foundation. Lack of access to facilities and regular physical activity is a huge risk for children. I'm sure I don't need to tell this organization that, but we just wanted to display some of the statistics that we bring to organizations to maybe give a better understanding as to the theory behind our programs. If we could go to the next slide. Some of this looks familiar already, but we are targeting that kind of back right tennis court within the Hillside High School campus. We had, I believe, some of the team members with DPS go out and take some photos, and I think you can see in that bottom right corner, it seems as though that court is not being utilized, and the feedback from the school and the principal is that not all tennis courts are utilized right now, so that would be a good fit for a transformation. We would seek to do this project in the spring of 2022. We're hoping to be done maybe in the month of April. And the project comes with that mini pitch system, as we call it, which is from that early photo, the walled system with the built-in goals and the lighting, as well as acrylic coating, which would be a new coating put on with some of those cracks and unevenness fixed, as well as lockable storage, ADA compliant access points, and benches. Finally, the partnership for this project, obviously the partnership between the U.S. Soccer Foundation and Durham Public Schools would be established, but we want to let you know who else is part of our work here. So taking a step back from this project, the U.S. Soccer Foundation partnered with a select number of organizations for an initiative focused around two really important groups, the Black Players for Change and the Black Women's Player Collective. These two organizations are founded by and made up of current professional athletes that play for Major League Soccer and the National Women's Soccer League, Respectfully, the two men's and women's organizations are separate, but came together in partnership with the U.S. Soccer Foundation with the goal of removing the barriers that Black and Brown children face in access to the sport of soccer. We are also supported financially by Adidas and Musco, who are both supporting the project financially, and they also manufacture, produce, and install the systems. Likely, and I believe speaking with the athletic director, the lighting that you have at the majority, if not all of your athletic fields is provided by that company. This is obviously an important project for the U.S. Soccer Foundation, but more so with these two partners, the Black Players for Change and Black Women's Player Collective. This is one of 12 projects being installed across the country. The reason Durham is important to this group is because it is important to those players. Those players came to the U.S. Soccer Foundation and said, these are the 12 cities around the country where we want to build mini pitches, mainly because the individuals who make up these organizations have ties to those communities. They want to do something in communities where they grew up or they were educated and where they may often retire to and be able to continue to support in the future. I'm proud to say that there are 5 members across both of these two groups' executive boards that either grew up in Durham or went to college in Durham itself or in the surrounding communities. They are very passionate about this project. They are eager, once this project is hopefully approved and installed, to come out and celebrate with the community, not just for a grand opening, but for continued touch points to make sure that there is sustainable programming being offered to the community as a whole. You can see in the images in front of you some of the design elements that will be featured on the mini pitch. That center circle being devoted, of course, to those player groups. And then I know it is hard to see in the middle photo, but in the far corners are represented the other partners that we discussed already, with a spot being reserved for Durham Public Schools. We think it's incredibly important that Durham Public Schools be seen as a partner of this project, not just as a recipient of it. So we want to showcase, your logo or maybe the Hillside High School logo alongside the other partners. One final note I will make, and then I promise I will pause and let questions come. The U.S. Soccer Foundation, we manage the actual installation. So in terms of a donation, there is no donation of funds. It is a donation of the system itself, and the foundation simply pays the bills, if you will. The installation timeline only takes about 2 weeks to 3 weeks start to finish. We work very efficiently. It's how we are building about 100 of these around the country every year. And so assuming approval and working with the DPS team on, right of access and permits, we would hope to start this project in early April and be finished by the end of the month at the latest. I don't believe there are any additional slides. Oh, thank you, sorry. Finally, just some data on the impact of our mini pitches. This is data based on landowners like yourselves, providing feedback about how the community has embraced the project or the school or park where it's located following installation. Obviously, you see very high feedback on important attributes about safety and activity. But one thing that we always are proud of is that these projects are not built for the soccer community. These are built for everyone. And we're seeing about 1/3 of users being new to the sport of soccer. So it's great to be introducing a new sport to a lot of new children and families. In addition to, the soccer community, which we know will be excited about kind of a new state-of-the-art project like this. With that, I would, if it's appropriate, I'd love to answer any questions from the board here. Anything I can clarify additionally, or revisit any slides if necessary.
So I'll just go ahead and jump back in real quick. So just in the interest of time, board members, this is before you. We're obviously entertaining any questions, but just want to let you know that it is before the board just to going to give us a consensus on whether or not the board does choose to accept or reject this donation. As I indicated before, under board policy, that is the board's right. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions from board members.
Thank you, Ms. Giovanni, and thank you, Mr. Bard. We appreciate you being here and introducing this topic and being able to answer questions as we delve into mini pitch. It looks like there's two other mini pitches at East End Park in Durham, if I'm reading that press release.
That's accurate, yes.
Yeah, great. Let me see if folks have questions because it's hard to read faces with masks on, but I'm trying to read the room. Anyone have any questions, Mr. Raven?
So I'll just first start by saying thank you. I would love to accept the donation on behalf of DPS. My only question or my only recommendation or just a thought that I like to throw out is when we think about having this location, you want it to be a location that has a certain amount of visibility to it. I know I've been going to Hillside since it was created. I probably spent too much time there in high school, but in all those years, I never realized that there was a tennis court. Like I just went to the game when they were in the playoffs. I've been there for track meets and I never realized those tennis courts were back there. So my question, and maybe this is something that we would have to speak about internally, is there are two other areas that have great visibility and there are places that I know already have high usage. Right on the outside of the student parking lot, there are some tree areas that are right there. It looks like it has the space for it. In addition to, I know at the back side of Hillside where our school buses are, there's a community center that's backed up to that as well. And that's where most of the students walk through. It's a path that they're cutting through already to go to the BP gas station. And I think if students are already using that path and it's already been created, it already has high visibility, it backs up to the back of a community center that is there to support the community. I'm thinking of even just being able to clear some of those trees in that background. So again, it is in a place with higher visibility where people are definitely going to want to use it because they see it. But otherwise, that tennis court all the way back there, I just don't see how many people are going to get to it, honestly.
Thank you, Mr. Raven. As I indicated, I think this was just our preliminary conversation, and we will definitely work with, I actually toured it again today with the facilities, and that was part of our conversation, just making sure that in conjunction with US Soccer, that is the ideal location. So primarily because it would have been involving that change to the tennis courts, we did want to bring it to the board, but upon the board's final decision regarding this, we would work with US Soccer and DPS facilities team to make sure that we are maximizing access to this field. And it could be, I think, depending on the board's decision and how things work, the first of many of these types of mini pitches around Durham Public Schools.
Yes, Ms. Valladares.
Thank you. I'd like to echo the sentiment of appreciation and gratitude for this innovation, especially considering that it is about access for students to have access to areas of recreational areas and also including this sport. I know that there's terms that are used like futsal to denote soccer that happens in hard surfaces. So I just want to commend you for that. One of the questions is, I know that we're going to get lighting, fencing, goals, benches, all which will upfit and set this up in a way that that our kids are going to enjoy. I wonder also, because there's a trail, because our students, some students walk to school, some students ride the bus, bike racks, is just something that it's not something that you have to provide, but just even support. I'm making that connection with, the intent to have our students be more physically active, and so as I think about benches, bike racks as well, I wonder if that's something else that you would all be supporting, or just have that conversation with when you get permitting and other things like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valladares. I think you were directing that to me. Or were you directing it to Alex? To me, okay. So I think what I'm hearing you say is just you want us to consider providing bike racks in whatever location ultimately, if we can work that in potentially from US Soccer and or some additional funders. Okay, absolutely. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you for this presentation. Also, I definitely appreciate adding sports and athletics for our students and increasing opportunities. I do think this is a great opportunity. As Mr. Raven shared, the tennis courts are out of sight, but there is a lot of historical significance to the tennis courts and tennis happening at Hillside. So I wanted to ask you, Ms. Giovanni, what does the staff support and student support look like possibly losing one of their tennis courts?
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. So we did, when this was initially facilities and athletics worked together initially when this project was brought to them by US Soccer. And once they consulted and figured out feasibility and exit spacing in DPS, it was determined that the Hillside location was potentially an ideal first location for a mini pitch at DPS. They then met with Dr. Logan and he had a lot of questions, appropriate questions, and just making sure of what this would look like and how it would serve his students and the community, the greater Durham community. And after those meetings and getting his questions answered, he did support that. We then reached out again to him once this was going to the board and we had worked through a lot of the other issues. And he did note that there was significant tennis history at Hillside, noting that a Miss Logan, a person who was very integral in that process in tennis at Hillside, is still here, and that he didn't feel that this would take away. I think, just to quote Alex, it's not taking away, it's really kind of adding and making sure that we are maximizing it. And I think exposing people that play tennis to soccer and exposing people that play soccer potentially to tennis as well. So we saw it as a positive based on the commentary from Dr. Logan. And he was very much supportive and did give me authorization to share that verbatim with the board, that he is in support of this for Hillside.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other thoughts and questions from board members? So Ms. Giovanni and Mr. Bard, I heard enthusiasm from this board. I heard concerns for bike racks and location and the historic legacy of tennis. I would also encourage you all, as you continue to work, just not to take the quickest, flattest thing in a tennis court if you've just picked that because it's cheapest to upfit, but actually, put it where it will be a long-term addition. I assume there's a reason we put that many tennis courts there for that tennis program to begin with, and I would think the tennis coaches would want to maintain all the courts that they have, but I trust you all to work through all of that. Any other questions or thoughts? Do you all need a motion, or you just need us to kind of not dispute this donation or reject it?
The latter.
Okay. I don't see anyone here rejecting this donation, and I see folks trusting you all to work forward with the process. So with no further discussion on that, that will take us forward, and we thank you all for being here. Thank you, Mr. Bard. Thank you, Ms. Giovanni.
I appreciate it. Thank you all very much. Have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you. This brings us to operations services. First is the presentation that we enjoy every year, the 2021 annual CAFRA presenter. And I see Mr. Lesueur excitedly at the podium on this topic.
I am very much excited. It's that time of the year, right? No, but I like to hear from the audit firm. But you don't necessarily want to hear from me because I'll tell you all the good things. They're going to tell you the real things. From that standpoint, tonight we are bringing to you our annual comprehensive financial report. This is something that we need your acceptance approval for this evening. And tonight I have from Anderson, Smith and Wyke, PLLC audit firm. We have Paul Carson, partner with the firm, to give you some highlights of our workings for June through June of 21.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Mubanga. I hope you are all doing well this evening. Thank you for allowing our firm to perform the district's audit this past year. I think each of you has already received an electronic copy of the June 30th, 2021 audited financial statements that we have issued. The audit report is fairly lengthy, over 100 pages. So each of you should have received a short 13-page financial statement summary report. This is what we'll be going over with you this evening. It summarizes the areas of the financial statements that we feel are of the most importance to you in overseeing the finance and budgets of the board. If anyone has any questions as I'm going over the report, feel free to interrupt me at any time. Our audit basically covers two main areas. We perform an audit of the actual finances of the school system, which includes the amounts you see in the report. And there's an audit of the school system's compliance with federal and state laws and regulations, which primarily relates to state and federal grant funds received by the district. Within the detailed financial statements, there are 4 letters we issued pertaining to these audit areas. The 4 letters are summarized on page 1 of the handout that you received. On pages 1 and 2 of the detailed report is our financial statement audit opinion letter, which is a clean, unmodified opinion. That's exactly what you want. This means we feel the numbers and disclosures that are presented in the report are reliable and that the financial statements are free of any material misstatements. In the internal control and compliance letter are pages 100 to 101 on the detailed financial statements. We do not issue an opinion on internal controls, but we do report any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies that are detected during the audit. We are happy to report that no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses were detected in our audit this year. Reports on the major federal and state programs are pages 102 through 105 in the detailed financial statements. These are also clean, unmodified opinion letters. There are a lot of various compliance steps we are required to test, and this year we were required to test a significant amount more due to the increased federal COVID funding that was received. We select a significant amount of payroll and general expenditures for testing as well. So to have no findings that require repayment of grant funds speaks very highly on the quality of work by the finance department staff, department heads, and staff of other programs that we had to audit. Next, we'll look at some of the financial information, which starts on page 2 of the handout. The first page on page 2, the local current expense fund. This schedule shows a 3-year summary of the local current expense fund assets, liabilities, and fund balances, as well as a 3-year summary of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balances. All amounts come from the district's audited financial statements from the current year and the prior 2 years. Ending cash balances were $28 million, which comprised the majority of the fund's total assets, which were $30 million at June 30th. Liabilities totaled $13.4 million. Assets minus liabilities gives the district's ending fund balance, which was $16,587,039, which was an increase of $853,492 over the prior year. $3.9 million of fund balance have been allocated to help balance the current fiscal year 21-22 budget. Overall, the local current expense fund appears to have an adequate level of fund balance and cash reserves at June 30th, 2021 for a district this size. Fund balance and cash reserves are needed for cash flow purposes and emergency or other unforeseen needs that could potentially arise. There are some charts also on pages 3, 4, and 5 that show a visual 3-year comparison of cash balances, fund balance, revenues, and expenditures. Are there any questions about the local current expense fund before we move on? Okay. On page 6 is the local special expense fund. This fund has both restricted and unrestricted revenues that flow through it. Some of the unrestricted revenues include sales tax refunds, indirect cost, and interest income. The fund reported an increase in fund balance of $2.3 million for the 21 year with an ending fund balance of $3.5 million. The next page, page 7, is the capital outlay fund. This fund reported revenues of 25.2 million with expenditures of 26.3 million and other financing sources of $1.9 million. For the year, fund balance increased 813,000 to end the year at $6.2 million. And we move on, page 8 is the School Food Service Fund. This program reported a net profit for the year of $1.2 million compared to a loss of $512,000 in the prior year. Although food sales declined significantly by 1.6 million, management was able to slightly increase federal meal reimbursements by $196,000 due to the USDA providing free meals to all students during the year. However, the biggest factor was that management was able to reduce salaries, food costs, and other program expenses by $3.9 million. These are scenarios that we have seen in most districts that we've audited this year due to school closures as a result of the pandemic. The program had cash balances at the end of the year of 4.3 million, which is good to see. And hopefully with students back in school, the program will see meal participation and federal reimbursements get back to a more normal level this year. And there's a chart on page 9 that shows the visual 3-year comparison for cash balances, revenues, expenditures, and net income and loss. Are there any questions about that? And then in addition, we were also issued a separate letter that starts on page 11. It's pages 11 through 13. That details specific audit items that we are required to communicate to the board. The letter basically has boilerplate language. It discusses that there were no there were no difficulties or disagreements encountered in dealing with management during the audit. But overall, the letter just lets you know that there were no reportable issues noted during the audit. We also performed detailed testing of receipts and disbursements for the individual schools, noting no significant issues. So it appears that the bookkeepers are doing a very good job. We typically note minor areas of improvements that can be made during our audit and in testing and or of other operational areas. Usually these comments relate to best practices that we've seen from other districts that we audit, where we think there may be improvements that can be made to the district's controls or procedures. We always try to communicate these best practices and recommendations to management for them to share with the principals, bookkeeper, and other relevant staff in the district. Overall, we felt that the books and records were in excellent order. It appears that management is spending the funds in accordance with budgets approved by the board. Everyone we dealt with was very transparent and easy to work with throughout the entire audit process, which is always good to see. We think the finance department did a great job of maximizing state positions and dollar allotments, which is something we always look for. I think Mr. LeSueur and his department continue to do an excellent job of managing the finance of the districts and giving you accurate, timely information, which is very important with the financial decisions you all have to make for the district. I would like to thank him and his staff for helping us get through the audit and having everything we requested well organized. You all definitely have a very well-run finance department. With that, are there any questions for me?
Thank you so much, Mr. Carson. It's great to have 2 Pauls here to verify the 2 Paul seal of approval on this audit. A clean audit is a happy audit. You guys have thoughts, questions? Umstead.
Don't have a question, just an appreciation to you for this audit and to our finance team. Managing our budget is not an easy one, and making sure all of our finances are, our monies are spent appropriately is not an easy job. So I appreciate that, especially like you said, with all the federal funds that we got in last year, we were spending a lot in COVID response. So to see a clean audit is really wonderful. So thank you. And Paul, thank you to your team. Please pass along that from the board, that we really appreciate your hard work.
Thank you, Ms. Umstead. Mr. Sears.
Yes, thanks also from me. We often refer to our budget transparency as some of the best in the state. I just wondered, in your professional opinion, given that you see lots of budgets, did the additional documentation that our finance department provide help, or is it kind of divorced from the processes that you
It's
all
more
go-
divorced
Okay.
from that, from what we do. I think the detail that they provide is more important for you all. Because again, we're looking for it. I mean, it's definitely easy to follow and whatnot. So,
Okay, thanks.
yeah.
Mr. Raven.
I want to second what everybody else has already said, but I also, this is a lot of information.
Yeah.
And to somebody that's viewing it at home, it may be a little bit more difficult or convoluted, just looking at these numbers. And I'd like to just ask you to assess my analysis of some simple breakdowns, because I think this helps communicate to the community how DPS has been spending the funds. So when I'm looking at the local current expense, if I'm reading this right, I'm reading that the revenues, what's that? That's roughly around $7 million from revenues from last year to this year. Is that about right?
So,
And when I'm looking at the expenditures, it looks like the expenditures are roughly around 7.5 million. Is that okay? So this, and the reason I'm asking this is because we always ask for additional money. And it's our goal to make sure that everything that we're asking for is actually needed. So essentially, our revenue, we asked for $7 million more, but we actually had to spend out $7.5 million based off of this. So that need is real. So I just wanted to kind of point that out, because I'm sure we're going through COVID and we probably will be asking for some more. And I just want to have on the record that everything that we're asking for, we are actually using. So my other question is just on the capital outlay on page 7. And if I'm looking at this in the same scenario, because we are doing a lot of building, which means we have a lot of upkeep in this area as well. So when I'm reading this, it looks like there's a difference from 2020 to 2021 of about 10.2 million for revenue increase, right?
yes, sir.
And for the expenditure increase, I think that's about 11.4, 11.5 in that area. So,
Yes, sir.
so that one again is going to show us that while we have $10 million more in funding, we actually had to spend a little bit over $11 million, right?
Yes, sir.
So thank you. So I just wanted to have for the record, because again, I know the county will know that we'll have some different types of requests than we may have had last year. But I think it's just good to make sure that everybody knows that the funds are being spent and we're not just sitting on it. So thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Valladares.
I echo the sentiments of gratitude as well for your audit, and also to our team who works nonstop. I have a question about the change. I noticed that you mentioned that the school activity funds have now been included within the governmental funds. So it's been expanded. That change, can you tell us a little more background about why the school activity funds, whether it's like monies that are raised at the school site for like field trips or pretty much anything that happens in the school, it's now included in governmental funds. What was it? What was the history of that before? Since it says that the governmental funds have now been expanded to include school activity.
I think that was just, I think that's kind of language that we're required to put in there. I'd have to look at the exact page you're referring to. But I think that's just, I think that might be, is that in the letter transmittal? I think that might be speaking to history, because the annual comprehensive financial report looks at a 10 years. So I'm not sure if they were maybe broken out separately, in the past or whatnot. So, but yeah, but they're always considered, they're always part of the governmental funds for each district. So no problem.
Other questions from board members? Mr. Carson, I really heard you say fund balance was adequate for a district our size. I did not hear you say that it was excessive in any way. Is there a level of comfort that you think we should always strive for in that fund balance?
No, well, there's no state requirement. I mean, the LGC holds municipalities to 8% of expenditures. So, but which y'all's is in excess of is a little over that. But we do one thing with the pandemic and rising costs across the board. We have been cautioning districts that definitely building up your fund balance is a good approach. Especially now, because one thing we saw with the money that was given out about 10 years ago, or a little more than 10 years ago in 08, 09, is that districts built up healthy fund balances, but due to rising costs of just everything, inflation, healthcare, whatnot, those fund balances ultimately did get dwindled down. So we are, we do want to caution boards to, just be aware of that once all the federal money expires in a couple of years, that then it's gonna hit y'all a little bit more on the local side to carry that increase.
Definitely. And we have definitely been held together by some hold harmless provisions from the state and things that we don't necessarily assume will persist. Other questions? And Mr. Lasore, do you need us to actually vote on this? I think you would love it tonight.
I would move that we approve the audit for Durham Public Schools.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Umstead and seconded by Mr. Raven that we approve the 2021 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report for Durham Public Schools. Any further discussion? Not, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Carson.
Appreciate it.
so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Thank you for working with our team. That brings Mr. Lasore from looking in the past to looking forward on our next round of starting to look at the budget.
That's right. Now that we're comfortable with where we are with our fund balance, everyone's on the same page. Well, tonight we're going to bring to you a budget overview and give you kind of a synopsis of what we're seeing at this point in time for the 2023 budget. We also added a lot of extra information just for your review, so it was there clear. You didn't have to go back to previous presentations on what our budget looks like this year and what changes came about to our budget. Instead of listening to me tonight, I'm going to bring up Mr. Modestu, who has been working diligently in and on this budget as we move forward to bring it to you for approval in sometime in March. You'll have the superintendent's presentation. But we want to work with you and get your ideas of other things you would like for us to cost out, to find out if that's something you want to put into the budget request. But we're bringing to you what we think is the bare bones for the request that's needed to propel us forward into the upcoming years and making this and getting through this pandemic. So at this time, I'll bring up Mr. Modestu to take you through the slides.
All right, good evening, board members, Dr. Mubanga, colleagues. So we're going to start off just by having a quick highlight of some of the progress we've made as a district in terms of in our past 3 or 4 annual adopted budgets. So some of those include moving in the prior academic year to $15 per hour minimum wage. I believe we were the second district in the state after CMS, and then Wake County moved so on December 7th of this year. We also, in the time of Dr. Mubanga's administration, have moved the starting teacher salary supplement up from about $4,300 to $5,675. We've had significant increases in our teacher supplements across the board, not just at the first year of experience. In terms of operational services, we moved to fully in-house custodial services in December of 2019. We've increased our annual capital outlays from just under $1.4 million to now $6 million per year. We've greatly expanded our 10-year CIP for improved learning environments for our students, and we've added project management and school planning staff to make sure that we're moving forward with that CIP with full speed. For academic services, we've added restorative practices coordinators at all of our traditional middle and high schools. We've established and expanded the Multilingual Resource Center. We've established the Office of School Relations and expanded the Office of Equity Affairs. We've added additional assistant principals and other school-based and centralized school transformation and support staff to make sure that we're moving forward with our strategic plan goals. So that's just a quick kind of summary and highlights of what, some of the major progress we've made in the past few budget cycles as we're looking to kick off the 22-23 budget cycle. Ms. Smith, if you could jump to the next slide. So when we're looking at some of the components that we have to build into our budget for the 22-23 year, we fortunately now do have an adopted state budget. in that it gives us some a view of what we're going to be looking at in terms of salary and benefit costs on a going forward basis. So we are expecting the 2.5% increase in the second year of the biennium. The legislature could amend that in the short session, but as of now, that's what the information we have to go with, an average 2.5% salary increase for both certified and classified staff. For retirement, we know it's going to be no less than around 24.2%. Again, that's increasing rather astronomically, more than 1 percentage point per year. And we've received guidance to expect it to go to at least 30% prior to 2030. In the second year of the biennium, it almost always increases more than what's established in the first year. So we're estimating at 24.5%. And then for health insurance, we're estimating at $7,500. That was another big jump. We had budgeted for $6,500 this year. It jumped to $7,019. We know it's going to be around $7,400 at least next year. So we're estimating $7,500. In addition to that, we had in October, we approved significant increases for our bus drivers, going from $17 to $24 per hour to make sure that we could maintain all of the staff that we had and support all of our routes for in-person instruction. That was about $1.1 something million that was presented to you all, with the state giving 2.5% more in salary. That cost is down slightly, but we still need to fund that on an annual basis. That's one item that we pre-funded due to basically emergency measures at the time. Additionally, we have our utilities. We have our workers' compensation, which has gone up significantly. We have our property and liability insurance. Some of those rates have gone up 30 or 40%. And we have some other contract costs that are increasing significantly. And if you add those up, it's a little blurry from here. I think $5.3 million there. We've received a strong directive from our superintendent to continue to move forward with the teacher salary supplements to try to get us basically right at the top in the state. So we looked at what Wake County adopted and some increases that they implemented in December. And we're looking at having an average salary supplement that's basically just a little bit above that. Now, granted, we don't know what CMS or Chapel Hill or Wake County are going to do in their budget cycle, but this proposal of putting in a large investment, $4 million, which would give most teachers an increase of more than $1,100 per year. That would bring our starting salary supplement rather up to $6,500 per year, and it would give our average supplement, it would put that slightly above where Wake County is right now. Wake County is currently the highest, offers the highest local salary supplement in the state. And we also have the pressure of being one of the 5 out of the 100 counties that were excluded from the additional state funding. So that, that puts further pressure on us in those other 4 districts. We're opening up Lyons Farm Elementary. There are some operating costs that we have to build into the budget. It's 85,000 square feet. So based on our current custodial allotments, there's 3.5 full-time equivalent custodial staff that we have to support there. There's the support that we get from the state for front office personnel doesn't nearly cover all of the secretaries, bookkeepers, treasurers. So we're not going to get any more positions there. We have to have each of those positions. And depending on, we're still working through our modeling and our projections for enrollment. If it is such that the adjacent schools are, their enrollment is not decreasing such that they would lose an assistant principal, we'll obviously have to have at least one assistant principal based on that the 500 plus students we expect to enroll. So that's some staffing that we're looking at implementing at Lyons Farm as part of the operating costs. For information technology, we have a request of phasing in some of the IT workstation support personnel that we're currently funding from ESSER. Those funds are going to sunset in 2024, in September of 2024. And as we're looking to maintain that technology infrastructure that we have in place, we're kind of phasing in some of the information technology workstation technicians so that, when we get to 2024, we're not asking for the whole bill. And that brings us to a little over $10 million in local requests. But for all of our regular local county appropriations, we have to have charter school pass-throughs. We're still looking at the status of Oak Grove. charter, which was renamed. We still don't have any final confirmation on that. We're working on all of our projections, but based on last year, we had about a 19.6 split, 19.6% of K-12 public school students were attending charters rather than DPS. We think that's going to increase to 20% or maybe slightly higher. So we have to have our charter pass-throughs. And that brings us up to almost $12.9 million when you include that portion of the budget. So things that this does not include, it's not include any of the departmental budget requests. We've had a whirlwind, as you all are fully aware of, just operating schools, all the emergency measures we're trying to have to keep everything going. We're still working with the departments, and we'll continue to work with them in January on their requests and bring that to you in February. As finance and payroll, we're trying to get everybody all the retro pays, all the salary updates, all the bonuses out, all of these things. So we'll be looking at very carefully at the departmental budget requests this month and bringing that information to you. Additionally, with the 2.5% increase in the 2022-23 academic year, that'll bring our minimum salary up to $15.76. If, however, we were to increase to $17 per hour, that would cost us approximately $4 million in additional funds. That's not included in the $12.9 million quoted there. We were cautiously optimistic that when the state was going to move to $15 per hour, they would shift the entire salary schedule such that if the starting pay increased by $2 per hour, that the top of the scale would also increase by $2 per hour. Unfortunately, what they're doing is they're compressing the salary schedule such that the bottom goes to 15, but there is no commensurate increases across the board. So we're receiving less funding for that. And we're also receiving less funding from our at-risk funds because Durham County as a whole is becoming wealthier, but our school population is not. And certain allotments are based on the county wealth demographics, not student population. So we were hoping for a little bit more of a kind of a wind in our sails with the state from that, but we haven't seen it yet.
Mr. Modesto, can you say again, what did the state do to make what looked like an increase barely anything for our $15 an hour folks statewide? They didn't raise the whole scale.
Yeah, so that's what we were hoping was that, and this year it's $13 per hour is the minimum wage. And so the direction we've received is that your raise is the higher of 2.5% or $13 per hour. So it definitely is an increase, and we have received a slight increase in our funding for certain classified positions, but it's not just taking, if you were at 12 and going to 13, it's not just sliding everything down by $1 per hour. And one thing we've really noticed when we had limited funds in the last round of classified salaries was that we were already dealing with a wage compression issue with, and we were trying to, and that's what we discussed when we had this classified review of the bus drivers, that we did not want to just go to 17 and have it end at 20. We're really trying to have a nice spread between the minimum and the maximum. And so that's what we're looking for on a going forward basis. And we just didn't quite get that with what the state's doing for $13 and $15 per hour. They're focusing on the beginning wage, which still is a very welcome development. It is moving districts forward. It's just our models weren't sure exactly how that was going to pan out. And then just for reference, beyond the $17 per hour, a $1 per hour increase in classified pay beyond that would be about $3.3 million. Just as a reference, we don't really know what other counties are doing, what the state's going to be doing on a going forward basis beyond 22-23. If you could jump to the next slide.
Can I ask one more question about that? Sorry, Alex, to jump in. So the $17 an hour, that projection is like, does that count the scale moving, or is that just saying we start at 17 and everything else stays the same?
Oh, no, exactly. That does count the scale moving.
Okay.
So that if we're talking about 15.75 to 17, $1.25 increase at the base, that means everybody would get $1.25 more per hour. And that's what we're aiming at is maintaining that spread between the bottom and the top of the scale, not compressing the scale.
Got it. Thank you.
So going back to our salary supplement, I wish I could kind of drop the different lines in place, but we've got, pay attention to the different colors. You got the blue is us, the shades of blue, and the kind of pink and red is Wake. So if you look at that scraggly line at the bottom, that was us in 2017-18. And we made a big jump currently to 21-22, and the dark blue line is starting at $6,500 and having commensurate increases across the board. And that's the proposal that would give us a slightly higher average salary supplement than Wake County Public Schools has currently. Wake County, if you go back to 2017-18, they were already just far above everybody else. So they haven't really made as much progress in the past 4 years, but they started at just a much higher point. So this is just showing the significant progress that we've made, and kind of Wake being that statewide leader and where that places us historically and currently against Wake County Public Schools. Again, with the caveat, we don't know what they're going to be proposing in their 22-23 budget. But with this $4 million, it would give, on average, each teacher would receive at least $1,135 more per year. That's with the change in the scale and their step increase. You could jump to the next slide, please, Ms. Smith. So we're always very receptive to feedback. We love to hear feedback. We take every opportunity we have with principals and other stakeholders to see. There's a lot of things that have kind of recurring things that have come up. For example, with principals, we've heard many times over the years, we want additional administrative support, basically front office staff at our largest high schools, some additional months of employment at our smaller elementary schools to make sure that our treasurers and data managers can be working 12 months throughout the summer. As we are implementing HB 90, we're having to have significantly smaller K-3 class sizes. Programmatically, it really benefits us to have, if you have cohorts of 4 classes of students, to have 4 specials teachers. And so as the classes are, the number of classes in a grade are smaller for the same number of students, it really puts more pressure to have additional program enhancement teachers. So that's really something that we've been trying to make do with, but we may need some recurring funding for that down the road. Additional school athletics operating, especially for helmet refurbishing and some other expensive requirements. And then another recurring piece of information is the coaching stipends, which we made some significant progress on the performing arts stipends about 5 years ago, but we haven't had anything similar with the coaching stipends in recent history or in a long period of time. Some additional outreach and input. Dr. Mubanga has STAC and SPAC, and he brings to the rest of the team a lot of great feedback there of what we're hearing. We have open lines of communication with DAE, and they've put out a survey for their budget priorities. We have public affairs surveys our staff and stakeholders about budget priorities. That's forthcoming. We're obviously a little bit limited with traditional outreach, still with the ongoing COVID pandemic, but are very open and welcome to your recommendations for gathering additional input. If we're looking at our calendar, really right now, we've been evaluating everything that was in the budget that dropped in December and all of the impact that would have on us. We've been working with our departments on their budget requests, looking at what we could fund with ESSER, what we can fund with some other grants, what we really is going to be an additional local cost to us. This month, we're bringing forward to you kind of a kickoff of the process. Next month, we're going to be again bringing you additional requests and what we think we're looking at in terms of our 22-23 enrollment projections for DPS and for charter schools. If you can jump to the next slide, please, Ms. Smith. So we're also going to be developing the superintendent's proposed budget based on all of these requests and our enrollment projections next month. We're again going to be doing our best, just given the circumstances, for continued outreach, community outreach. In March, we're going to present to you the superintendent's proposed budget, either at the work session or the regular meeting, and have our budget hearing. And we're going to be, based on our enrollment projections in March, we're going to be providing our planning allotments to principals so they can start moving forward with staffing planning for the upcoming year. In April, we'll adopt the superintendent's proposed budget with any amendments that you all may have based on all of the feedback that we'll be continuing to have in the budget hearing. In April, we'll also start our allotment meetings with the principals for that detailed dive into the staffing plans for the schools for the upcoming year, and that'll move forward in April and in May. In late May or in June, we'll have our budget meeting with the county. And then they'll have their budget hearings for their budget ordinance. And then sometime before June 30th, they will adopt their budget ordinance for the 22-23 fiscal year. And we'll, at that time, or prior to June 30th, we'll present an interim budget until we have a full state budget and everything to bring to you in the forthcoming fiscal year. But that's kind of the snapshot. You know, it's January right now. We're really kind of picking up steam for the rest of this month, February and March, to try to have what we feel is the best budget we have, given all of our needs, our priorities, our resource limitations, to move us forward in the 22-23 academic year. And we're just looking forward to your feedback on things that you want to see and make sure that we're incorporating it in the next few months as we move forward.
Thank you so much, Mr. Modesto. That's a lot of information. That's a lot of work that you all have done in pre-planning and listening to our school leadership. We're in the people business. And I think as we see that the labor market has shifted profoundly after this pandemic, and I don't see how we don't move forward with strong plans for compensation for our employees throughout the organization. I think it's critical, as we're the third largest employer in this community, to lead with progressive policies for our folks. So those are what I'd be most interested in as y'all build forward. And I know that's what you are putting to heart in building a budget. Questions, comments from staff, from board members? Yeah, Mr. Lee.
All righty. Well, first of all, thank you again for the transparency that we have in our budget. I really enjoy how it's explained each year as we come to this. And I appreciate and thank you for the audit. Congratulations again. This is a winning streak, and I do appreciate that. My question here is on the I guess it was not page number 3, I guess, in your presentation, is with the table with the different colors. So as it stands right now, we would have to request the 12.8 million, right, from the county. My question is, you said this was outside of the departmental budgets requests and so forth. So that can go up, that's gonna go up. That number, the $10.3 million, will that go up, or are we saying we have to offset different things to keep that number safe? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there'll be offsets with each department kind of reprioritizes each year, but I don't anticipate that the net number going down.
Right. Yeah. So I figure it would go up. So if our number goes up, if that 10.3 number goes up, does the charter school number go up? Okay. Now I knew the answer to that, but I want to put it out there. As you mentioned, it's a good chance we go to 20% of our of Durham County students going to charter schools. And that will increase. You have 20% on here. That's an increase. So for each dollar that we increase is 20% of that dollar. And I just want people to be aware. I still get questions about how people not understanding how charter schools affects public schools, the way things work here in North Carolina. They could pull students from everywhere in the district. So that means, just a small set of kids can come from different schools. We still have to fund those schools full because it's not enough to reduce a classroom or, reduce a teaching position. So the overall funding goes down, as well as when students come back in the middle of the year from charter schools, the money doesn't follow. Right, the money that after, I think it's end of September, that the money doesn't follow the student back. I want to, so each year I guess I say something of this sort. just to remind people that there are challenges that we're facing, even though, you know, people are going to say we've got a lot of money because of COVID, and, you know, it's only a few students that go over to these charter schools and so forth. It shouldn't be a big deal. The money that we request from the county, and subsequently sometimes it turns into tax, property tax. It's not that we're just holding on the money, kind of going back to what Mr. Raven said about, you know, the findings previously. It's really important to know that each dollar is accounted for. Each dollar that we request has a purpose behind it, and it's not being banked anywhere. So I appreciate the transparency here. Again, each year it seems to get more and more transparent. Sometimes I'm not sure how that happens, but it continues to be more and more transparent. And I appreciate that. That's something we requested for a while, and you all continue to amaze us in that. So thank you very much. But I just wanted to put that back out there about, you know, how charter schools siphon from the overall funding of our district to the tune now of about $2.6 million, right, out of the budget, out of the request that we have going to the county. Thank you.
Other questions and discussion? Mr. Valladares.
Thank you so much for providing all the details. I just wanted to highlight, this is something that the community needs to be aware when we're talking about serving all our students. We have students with higher need, and it seems like at the state level, those caps continue to limit our ability to use funds to support them adequately. And so I do know that there was an increase for children who get services from the Exceptional Children's Department, that it went up from, I think it was 12.75 and went up to 13%. It was like, you know, just 0.25% increase, but for the English learners, it stayed at 10.6, and it's been 10.6 for the longest. And so that limits our ability to serve students. I guess when it comes to these limitations, and also the capping at, you know, per capita, the capping of each student at $4,000, $4,600. We have to figure out other ways that to support. And I am very, very grateful that we have figured out how to support the departments that are serving, you know, like in this case, you know, we've looked at the equity office, you know, we've looked at MRC, but we're also in need of more instructional assistance. And I know that at the state level, that was also something else that it seems like even in previous years, we were allowed to hire even more instructional assistants. And now we're having reduced amounts of instructional assistants compared to 2016, 2017. And so my question with all this is, how can we figure out a way to support instructional assistants that are having to do a lot of work and having to be, you know, support their school sites in a way that that in previous years there's been more personnel to cover the needs of classrooms and the needs of our students.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of, I guess a few points there. In terms of dollars, you know, we didn't just say, oh, we're going to keep the minimum wage at $15 an hour. It's $15.38 this year. As we're going to 2.5%, it's going to be $15.76 minimum, and there's going to be commensurate increases for the rest. So that's the 12.9 million, you know, includes that in terms of wages. Yes. So after 2013, 14, when they eliminated what was called the LEA flex cuts during the Great Recession, they recalculated all of the formulas for how positions are allotted to school districts. And for DPS, that change in how they allot instructional assistants gave us about 100 fewer instructional assistants. I think it was several thousand statewide, but it was about 100 for DPS. And then right now, the way the formula works, it's still based on a number of students. Let's see, it is 1 per 42 students in grades K through 3. And just like we talked about with the program enhancement teachers, as we're having kindergarten of 18, first grade of 16, second grade and third grade of 17, we're having basically more classes which drives the need for more instructional assistants, which is why they're feeling a little bit more stretched despite not having any change in the instructional assistant formula to account for that. So that's further exacerbated it. But we haven't seen any change since 2013-14 in that allotment. So that's just a reality that we're living with right now.
I really want to commend this administration, and Dr. Mubenga, thank you so much for your response. I know that we have been engaged by a lot of our instructional assistants who are writing us, and Dr. Mubenga has definitely talked about that we're analyzing across like classified staff. We're looking at more of an analysis across the board, not only for instructional assistants, but also for cafeteria workers. It includes a lot of our staff that, have not seen, significant increases over a long time. And so we need to be able to do that. Do you have any anticipation of how long that's going to take in terms of like looking at the whole system?
Yeah, let me make a few comments. Ms. Valladares, thank you for acknowledging my engagement with our IAs. So I believe next month, our assistant superintendent for HR, she's going to bring a plan how we're going to be able to conduct this comprehensive study. We're all living in a triangle area. We understand how the cost of living is now. So I did not want to single out one particular group to be able to address their raise. And I really wanted this to be really comprehensive one, because when you're looking at vacancies, we're not only losing IAs or bus drivers, pretty much we're losing everybody across the board. So I will ask our staff to be a little bit patient as we're going to go through those studies. I don't know what the timeline is going to be, but I think that's a lesson at some point next month when she brings the plan. We'll know what the timeline is going to be. But I will also like to emphasize that every state employee getting a raise this year, and next year they'll be getting 2.5 as well as far as the state's salary is concerned. But what we're pretty much talking about is our local funds. So I really wanted to really be comprehensive to address every need. When you're looking at this budget, I just want it to be realistic. When you're looking at our staffing, our certified employees pretty much is like half, somewhere around 2,500. And we really wanted to push that supplement. And then the rest, operation, HR, and everybody else, central office, cafeteria workers, and so forth, you're looking at a half. So those are the ones that we do the study, and hopefully we'll be able to bring a plan.
So Dr. Mubenga, when you say that it is your intention to bring a plan that would generate raises for some of our lowest employees, is that, I think they've heard it as a bit of a stall, and I know that's not how you intend it. Can you be clear that?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Once we do the study, salary study, which means we're going to be able to compare with the employers, school system, as well as the county, city employees, even some businesses. As I made this example before, we have Amazon coming in the area. So we're going to do all those. And I did not want us just to rush the process. I really wanted this to be comprehensive. As a result of that, I'm going to bring recommendation to you, and hopefully county commissioners will be able to support that.
Now, some Mr. Sears and then Mr. Raven.
Just because it's on this topic, thank you. I'm not sure when there is a good time to have this conversation, and it may be so unpopular that we don't have it, but as we were going through the conversations with bus drivers, a natural question for me emerges around, are there positions where we expect someone to stay in it for 30 years? Is that a career pathway to be a bus driver? It traditionally has been. Is it for the modern times? And then applying that question to multiple positions within our district. Or, and then fill in the blank, because there could be many ors, are we more interested in creating pathways such that as people progress through their careers, they can move from lower paying jobs into higher paying jobs? I know that the market sort of does that naturally, but we all know that the pyramid is much smaller at the top than it is at the bottom. And so at some point, maybe it's in our board retreat this summer, I would like us to have that conversation about our certain positions within our district, career level positions, especially in an area with cost of living like we have here. Or are we expecting the bulk of it? Because I was asking these questions of administration. where in the career trajectory are the bulk of, and the bulk of our bus drivers are in their first 5 to 7 years. So looking at that 20, 25 year, 30, that doesn't apply, right? Most of them are not going to make that. So what are we doing to support our staff that say they want to be with us, but long-term can't live on $18 an hour? So thanks for hearing me on that.
Thank you. Mr. Raven.
Yeah, thank you to the staff for this budget. And Ms. Spire, I don't think you meant to say it, but I think you said lowest employees. I think you meant lowest paid employees. So I didn't want.
Thank you for
Yeah.
clarifying. Yes, I get a little weary in this chair role, and there's a reason I don't do it very often, but I appreciate that clarification. Go ahead.
The one thing that I want us to, as a board, to look at, I understand that you all wouldn't have presented this, but we really need to look at the request that we made to the county last year. And that request was dealing with making sure that we have a social worker and a nurse in every school. And I'm not even expecting to see that in the superintendent's budget report, but that was one of the things that we had to each do individually by reaching out to our county commissioners. And the way that request was done was we asked for them to put it in part of, or at least in our conversations with them. I think we all individually tried to reach out to them, but it was posed as into a phased-in approach, a 3-year phased-in approach. And in my conversations with them, they seemed to be receptive to that, and which is one of the reasons why they agreed to absorb the costs for those additional positions. So hopefully we'll all be in agreement when we make our kind of adjustments to the official request that goes to the county to ask them to still continue to add on those positions to their budget, as opposed to giving us the money, which still allows us the same level of support, but allows us to provide additional support services to our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raven, and we look forward to being able to have those services that should be in every school in the state. Did I see you guys? No, I saw a movement over here. Ms. Valladares.
Thank you so much. I also just want to commend the technology. When we talk about support for technology, we do talk about digital equity. Out in the community, there are concerns about the number of technicians that we have who can help our families navigate the platforms that we have that are very much digitally heavy. So we have systems, and I also thank Dr. Hardy for taking time this week. I know you're super busy, and we were just discussing about some of the challenges and barriers that families face when they're trying to access, all the forms, and we're using PowerSchool. I know that PowerSchool just went public, this year, it seems. And so I'm also wondering, this is not something that we're going to be discussing fully today, but in terms of our reliance on something like PowerSchool that is used statewide, so many districts sign on. It seems like we're talking about millions of children, and we're talking about big data. Like, they have access to all the data of the kids, and they're publicly traded now. What are have you all considered investments in things that are very user-friendly? Maybe it could be a supplement to PowerSchool, so parents can be able to navigate some of the ways that we are operating, that it is digitally heavy. A lot of parents are locked out and have complained about not being able to use PowerSchool as much as other systems. I'm wondering if, like, in that technology investment, we can look at either a supplement that will help us, access for parents to be able to have better access, and maybe like looking at alternatives to PowerSchool, if that is something that we can do. I also understand that we are getting some help from the state, and we don't want to add to our financial burden, but can you tell us a little more about, like, how much we're actually paying into PowerSchool, and if there's any consideration for alternatives? I knew we used to have a different platform before PowerSchool.
So I will defer. I'm looking at Julie Spencer, Dr. Hardy, and Joy Malone, because I'm going to very quickly tread into water that's not mine. So the only thing I'll say is there's $1 per ADM fee that the schools pay, and for the rest, I'll defer to those three.
For the student information management system part of PowerSchool, that is a statewide
contract. So that is actually managed and handled by NC Department of Public Instruction. That contract is, and we don't pay into Power School by itself, the student data piece. So there are some other components like around enrollment, around changing addresses. So there are some supplementary parts that Power School provides that we do pay additional amounts to. And I'm trying to think through your question around, are there others? Is there something we would trade it out for? The challenge with trading out Power School is that we're still required to use that from Department of Public Instruction. That is our statewide student information management system that obviously manages things like students enrolled and attendance. And so I will say my understanding is that their contract has been at the end of life for quite a while through COVID. And so I don't know what will happen at the state level, but.
Thank you so much. I know that this is, I just wanted to ask that question, and I really appreciate all the information that you shared.
Good, thank you. Ms. Umstead.
I want to thank you all for this budget presentation. It always is really clear about what we need to spend our money. And I appreciate it's kind of a clean, simple budget, it feels like, which I think is smart, especially as we're getting this influx of ESSER funds. But I also think, I feel like I highlight this every year, just the cost of being in a school district continues to go up. So we're seeing retirement where we have to take on more costs, health insurance where we're taking on more costs. And so I think oftentimes some folks may say, why do you need additional money? Well, just the cost of doing business is going up for us. And then I also am appreciative of the investment in people. I think I agree with what Ms. Byers said earlier. We're in this great resignation stage, and I think we want to keep as many of the great, wonderful educators that we have here. And the cost of living is going up. Mr. Sears, I think it's a both and. I think there's some people who might want to be a bus driver for 30 years and they should be able to do that and afford to do that. And there are folks who might want a different opportunity. So how do we do both and instead of either or? And so I just want to say I appreciate that. I encourage investments in people. And I also am excited to hear more about, as you do more engagement, what folks want to see in this budget. So thank you.
Just one comment to a previous point we had with regards to nurses, psychologists, social workers. One reason that we're kind of reticent to put that in this year's budget, as part of the current Biennium Appropriations Act, there's a very extensive survey that all school districts are having to do in the spring with regards to instructional support personnel. Right now, the state gives us an allotment for guidance counselors. There's actually no allotment for media coordinators. You're kind of on your own to figure that out, but an allotment for school psychologists, guidance counselors, social workers, nurses is kind of all combined into one. And it doesn't allow for anywhere close to the nationally recommended ratios in all of those categories. That's been a point of contention for some time as part of the Leandro discussion as well. But there is a very extensive survey. It's quite laborious for the school districts to get what they're asking for, but that's going to be sent to the state in the spring. And they're supposed to be studying and reviewing that for potential action in upcoming budget cycles. And that's part of the reason why we're reticent to include that right now in this year's budget.
I appreciate it. Just like Leandro, we will keep advocating and also not hold our breath. It is shameful to me that the state holds $6 billion from children, 2 generations of children now that deserved more. And I hope that as we build this, we will build more towards what every school and child deserves and set that bar high for the rest of the state. I hope we'll build a budget that has our folks starting at 16 and also at 17 so we can see how those play out. We did talk about that in this room and promise that. I hope when you bring the teacher supplement that you'll also bring Orange and Chapel Hill comparisons because we compete strongly with them as well. We don't want to make big efforts to get above them and then find out we're below. People are asking and texting already about the federal COVID money. And I saw a blog piece today that said districts should use their federal COVID money to develop pay for performance teacher plans. And I'd like to be clear that that is not what that federal money is for. That federal money is for student support and school support for getting through a global pandemic. So I found that particularly offensive, John Locke Foundation. Do you all have other dreams that as folks go forward? Because I don't want to just not give you all our wisdom of the 2020 new year, 2022, whatever year we're in. Mr. Sears.
We do have 2 months to generate our wisdom into different formats. Just confirming. All right. I'm not ready to pour out my wisdom at this
Oh, no,
point.
I'll have some more, but just wanted to make sure I was opening the floor enough to everyone. And federal money, could you speak to that a minute for the people that are texting me, Mr. Modesto or Mr. Lesueur? When will they see more accounting of that? Y'all have been really transparent about what you've done, but when should they expect that to come forward yet again?
So we send quarterly reports as required to DPI, and they have a dashboard where you can actually see the quarterly expenditures for each school district for all of the different federal emergency allotments. We can continue to provide at least at a minimum kind of supplementary information within our budget presentations, in February and March, so that you have that as background. And we're looking at expanding our finance website to include some more granular details on those. So I'd be happy to say by at least by February to have more information on our website and links to the DPI state reports that the public can access at any time.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Mr. Raven.
I do want to say something because when I heard it, I was caught off guard because I wasn't expecting that. The Secretary of Education, just full transparency, the Secretary of Education did say something that was alarming, and I think it could jeopardize a lot of school systems budgets. He actually advocated for schools using the federal funds to actually hire substitutes and paying educators more. The disconnect with that is if that was done, it almost forces the local districts to subsidize once that federal gap ends. And I think it was a mixed message when that came out. And I know that from his perspective, they probably think that they're getting ahead of this. They probably think that we're about to go ahead and do another federal bill and we'll have enough votes on it to increase the funding in education. But they know that if they could have already done that, they would have, because right now the Senate is not allowing most bills to go through that deal with additional recurring funding. So that was a missed message at play. And I just wanted to kind of point that out as to why we have not embraced that, because we know the repercussions from that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raven. Yeah, all kinds of concerning things come out of politicians. Any other thoughts, Ms. Valladares?
I also just, we received a lot of emails about N95 masks for every staff person and student. It's been a lot, there's been a lot of engagement around that. And I just, Dr. Mubenga, I know that we've been doing the best to provide, to use those funds for the safety of our staff and students, all stakeholders. So I'm just wondering if that's something.
You sound like you're trying to get us to the next agenda item, but let me let Dr. Mubenga jump in there because he is ready with the
I
answer.
just wanted to defer this to Dr. Mark, who has a specific number regarding KN95.
Didn't give me much time to pull it up. But, the gist of it is we took a little over 157,000 to schools on last week. We have 100,000 at the warehouse now for our PE administrators to ask for restocking supplies as needed. We placed another order for 200,000 this week, and we're working with the vendor to secure another 250,000 to order for next week. And those are the KN95 masks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Monk. That was really actually pretty quick there. That was impressive. Even Mr. Modesto was impressed. Can we let Mr. Modesto off the hot seat? Are we good with, yeah?
All right,
Thank you all, and thank you for your work on this budget, and Happy New Year budgeting and beyond. All right, that brings us to Academic Services, Dr. Hardy, a tiny little COVID-19 update, the pandemic that never ends. Yes, sir.
Good evening, board members and our community. Tonight, we are going to provide a COVID-19 update, and Dr. Lassane and I will be sharing information regarding COVID-19 and our vaccine. We do have some staff that are here. Dr. Debbie Pittman, who is our Assistant Superintendent for Specialized Services. I think she is in the hall. We have Nurse Trisha Howard, our lead nurse, who has been all things in helping us navigate through our pandemic, as well as Delois Prince, our COVID-19 manager. So if they are available, if they can come in, they will be able to assist us if we have questions during our discussion. If we can go to the next slide, please. Tonight, we're going to provide an update regarding our North Carolina Strong Schools Toolkit, our testing registration update, as well as recommendations that we will be implementing regarding our extracurricular activities. And then we will also have information regarding our vaccine mandate update and data to share with our board and our community. Next slide. On December 29th, North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services issued an update to the North Carolina Strong Schools Toolkit, which provides guidance on state policy for our public schools with regards to COVID-19. Since releasing that update last year, the Department of Health and Human Services has revised the policy 3 additional times. We also would like to note that they have not revised our implementation date. So every time the Strong Schools Toolkit is updated, we are responsible for implementing immediately. The most recent revision was on Monday, January 10th. Due to the submission of our board materials, please note there are going to be some places where I'm going to provide you with updated information regarding what you will be seeing on the slide. A couple of bullet points that you do see that you can find on the Strong Schools Toolkit on pages 15 through 17 are in regards to the reduced number of days for both quarantine and isolation from 10 to 5. Masking requirements. There are places where there can be optional masking for school districts. Clarifying the language regarding positive and negative results, as well as symptomatic and asymptomatic students, as well as clarifying language regarding quarantine exemptions due to vaccine status.
Dr. Hardy, can I ask you so a lot of these changes have been made and people have a lot of questions about these changes. Why 10 to 5? What else happens? I think some of them are if, then, if, when. Is there somewhere where people can go to find these resources, or will we later in the presentation kind of go through each one of these bullet points and what the changes are? Sorry to jump in there, but I just know that there's a lot of questions because it keeps changing so quickly that parents are like, I'm confused, which we might be too, as it changes literally started on Monday.
We can do a couple of things. I think one of the things that we can do is share the link with Ms. Smith so that it can be part of the public board material so folks can know directly where to see the information. The North Carolina Strong's Toolkit, they have been beginning to do with the most recent updates, a couple of things that are helpful. So in that toolkit, where there are updates, they are identified in red. So you're not having to search through the entire toolkit to see what those particular updates are. Also, in the beginning of the toolkit, they give you a summary of what they have changed. So for those who may be looking at the resource that is online, I can also guide you to a couple of pages, and then I can happy to go through a couple of those points. And I do have my backup healthcare professionals that will make sure that we're being very clear. On page 3 is where you will see the most recent updates where they talk about the date that the toolkit was updated, information regarding specifically vaccine status, as well as the information regarding quarantine and isolation periods. Most of the recommendations that you see in our North Carolina Strong Schools Toolkit come after the recommendations from the Center for Disease Control are updated. So when the CDC makes their recommendations and updates their guidance, that's pushed down to our states. Then our Department of Health and Human Services updates the toolkit, and then they release that to LEAs for us to implement. The next page is where there are probably the most questions, and it is definitely our guidebook. And as you can see, I have my notebook with things tabbed because I need to make sure that I can refer to it as quickly as possible. Well, you would find that on page 15 through 17. And that's where it takes you through the scenarios that may occur and then the criteria that you would need to look at for return to school. So for example, that is where it clearly states to us, if we do have someone that tests positive, that person would be isolating for 5 days. Pausing to see if it's okay for me to go on. Are there additional specific questions or things that
I think that people are finding it confusing straight from the CDC. I think people are finding it confusing in whether it was done to to keep our economy running rather than best health practices. So I think everyone's head is still spinning about all of this. Dr. Hardy, it has nothing to do with Durham Public Schools, but that's where our families find themselves, just trying to make sense of systems that at least they had learned in the fall that have rapidly changed. And making sure that we feel like we're keeping folks safe. So I think keep showing us the way and we'll have tougher questions, I think, in a few minutes.
absolutely, and please feel free to interrupt with questions at any time. On our next slide, we're going to talk a little bit about testing in Durham Public Schools. When this slide was created last Friday, we just had under 8,400 students and staff that had registered for testing. As of today, that number has increased to 9,400. Since January 3rd, 2,179 additional staff or students have registered for testing. I would also like to acknowledge we are experiencing a delay in obtaining our testing results from MACO. We anticipate returning to our 24-hour result time delivery for data beginning on January 20th.
Dr. Hardy, do you have any sense of the cause of the delay? It's just the demand all over the state?
Yes, we've met with MACO every day this week in terms of checking in with them regarding not only our surveillance testing, but also any individual tests that need to occur. And so they are experiencing several factors, just as we're seeing not only here locally, but across the country. So staffing implications due to COVID-19, as well as the significant increase in the number of the number of samples that they need to test.
So I'm peeking ahead. So I think this is the slide to ask the testing questions on, and that community, it's clear to me where we're not clear with the community. So I think it's centered in the fact that people have different tolerances for what the risk is. So the big one that I've heard is a pool test positive. What do we do? And if we have a clear answer to that, right now is the time to give it. I know retesting is a part of that. And I'm disappointed MACO doesn't save part of the original sample and test that like other institutions do. But the range of emails we're getting is that's very unsafe to that's the smart way to do it. I'm guessing my kids have been in hot pools. I'm guessing if you haven't, you're going too soon. I mean, it's everywhere. So do we have an administrative response to that?
So I will start and I will defer to Nurse Howard. So, and I think when we first initiated our testing, we talked to our board and our community regarding the pathway for pool testing. The pool testing means that there are 6 samples in one pool. And so in those 6 samples, there is a possibility that one or more, if we receive a pool positive result, that one or more of the individuals in that sample is positive for COVID-19. If you receive a pool positive result and you are asymptomatic, then you return to work if you are a staff member, or you return to school if you are a student. If you have any symptoms of COVID-19, then you would remain at home. I think the reason that we have heard much from our community is because there has been the delay in receiving that result. We were, prior to coming back for the new year, we were receiving that pool positive or pool negative result within 24 hours. On the next day, MACO comes to take individual tests. And then you would receive within 24 hours your individual negative test or your individual positive test. Because that delay expanded to more than 48 hours, there was concern regarding those who had received a pool positive test and still being on campus. I would also like to note we are one of the districts, due to our board supporting masking, that masking has been here in Durham Public Schools since the beginning. So masking consistently and appropriately, maintaining as much social distance and make sure that you do have that social distance while you are actively eating, in addition to washing your hands and good hand hygiene, we know are things that mitigate the spread of the virus. The other piece I would like to add, because of that delay, one of the things that we are instituting, and we did start to do that today, is for those pool positive results, when MACO comes to take that individual PCR, they are also doing a rapid test as well. So if you are symptomatic, or you might not be feeling well, that will get the results from that rapid test within 15 minutes, and then they're taking their individual PCR test. So we have started that today because we do know that we're still experiencing the delay in getting those results. We should be back after our last conversation with MACO yesterday. We should be back to our 24-hour return time for our data beginning next Wednesday.
The rapid test is an antigen test and are they able to do that first thing in the morning when folks get to school, or are they still doing that scenario where they're in a classroom?
All of the tests are not first thing in the morning, given the number of pool positive results. So when we get the results back, the lead MACO for testing person for each school contacts the contact at the school. Sometimes it's the principal. They've also identified some other staff that might be coordinating testing at their school to coordinate the time of the day that they're going to come to do that individual test. It's not always occurring first thing at school, first thing in the morning.
I'm sorry. And if people had, y'all have questions, if people had an at-home test, would you encourage them to take one on a pool positive? Do you all have, I wish someone from the health department was here. I really wish someone from the health department was here to join us. But I'm glad that we have our nurses. This is also changing rapidly, like Dr. Hardy, you know, and I'm not taking any of this out on you, but you know that Omicron is different in its transmissibility, and we hope that masking continues to hold and have that level of security that we've seen in the past. But a lot of things are new over the holidays.
Can I add something?
Well, I'm still waiting for, I'm sorry, do we as a district have the input for folks if they happen to have an at-home test, which are also hard to find? Do we encourage them, if they have one, to do an at-home test after they've gotten a pool positive, at least to reduce some of their anxiety? That's the other part of this that has been stressful on folks as well.
Good afternoon, everyone. The testing thing right now is a nightmare based on the large number of cases that we've had. As a DPS parent, my kids also get swabbed every week, including myself. So I am fully aware of that anxiety around getting that text that you're part of a pool positive sample. So when we spoke to MACO, I think one of the things that they've offered is that parents do have the option to go out in the community to get a PCR test following that pool sample. So let's say you got a pool sample positive on Friday, and I have Miss Prince here, so she could correct me too. She's way more involved with MACO. If you have a pool positive on Friday, they will come back on Monday. But those families literally could go to a community test site, get a rapid and get a PCR, and potentially have their results by Monday. So that I would think as a parent, I have that option of going to get my own test and having that answer if Mako isn't responding for me and I need to know my own children's status.
Yeah, that's a great insight. And the county is adding additional testing sites that I think should come online and help with some capacity as well.
Correct.
And we have placed all of the Durham testing sites. We regularly, Dr. Pate regularly updates that on our COVID tab for our families and our community.
Ms. Lewis and then others.
Yeah, I was just gonna say before we get too far beyond the conversation that Dr. Hardy shared, one of the things I think I heard you say, just correct me, what's happened differently with Mako right now. And first, thank you for speaking so slowly to have time to process the different language that's being used as far as what's going on with our kids and the testing. If it's in a pool positive test, typically they would not have done a rapid test without any symptoms, but because of the delay in the lab works and the return, they are doing it now. So that's one of their responses to the delay. And you're nodding. So yes, that's correct. So I definitely want to appreciate that.
Ms. Lewis, let me also add, and I think I communicated this maybe in email communication to our board. We do also, so in addition to surveillance testing, we do have the diagnostic or rapid testing also available at our schools. And most of our schools now have several staff that are trained to administer that. So in addition to the surveillance testing, which is primarily for those of us who are asymptomatic at the time, if a staff or student does become ill, we do have the ability at most of our schools to administer the diagnostic test. So that, and then we can do another, if they are positive from the diagnostic test, we can do a PCR test. And even if it is not your testing day, we can alert Mako that we have a sample and they will pick up that sample. So if I'm at club, for example, and my testing day is Thursday, but Julius is sick and I need to do a rapid test and then a PCR test, then I can call, I can email Mako and let them know that I have a test, I need you to pick up a sample on Wednesday, even though my regular testing day might be on Thursday. So that is also a part of our testing program as well.
But, and this is not because I'm disappointed or anything like that. It's just to be clear, because I have not answered the questions that have come by email because I don't know the answers. But we are not systematically saying we are addressing the pool positives. And if a pool came back positive, we are proactively doing rapid testing on all 6 people, and that is writ large across the district, correct? Because I'm hearing we want them to go out in the community. We are not doing that. We are waiting for Mako as a general policy, not in all cases, to come back and do the second test, correct?
For the most part, so I would say Mako's implementation across the district per school varies with how many people are trained, but the teams coming in to do the surveillance piece is absolute. With that being said, to test the folks who are positive in the pool, the comfort level is going to vary by school. So I know there are principals right now who do they test everyone and they're trained on the rapid and they could do PCRs. Some of the nurses are also trained. So it depends on where you are and what that looks like.
So I want to address this and say that if it's been asked explicitly, when we got to the 48-hour backup with Mako, we as a district were saying, yes, if you're asymptomatic, even though 1 of 6 of you is positive, all 6 of you can continue to operate in your normal way, be you a student or a staff member. And that, yes, and you listed our Swiss cheese approach, right? Going back to the collaborative, and that generally makes us as safe as we can be. That is the response that I'm hearing, that if I were to type this up to respond to all those parents, right? Do I have that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And with all the CDC guidance changing, does that align, right? Like, I think there was some guidance around, yeah, does that align with if you are asymptomatic that you could still go with as long as you are masking?
So we haven't had any changes from MACO's procedure as of this moment. Now, there's continued conversation. That's something we should certainly take back to review moving forward as we hope to get back on track with our response time in getting our results. So we could definitely have that conversation.
But I just want us to be really transparent, dealing with MACO. I think we're one of the first district in the state that we're able to sign in to start working with MACO. MACO now has a lot of other districts. So the response to the pool test, which was supposed to be 24, now 48 hours, I don't want my staff to overpromise that that's going to be fixed. In case it's not fixed, we just gotta know that they have staffing issues and they've been able to take a lot of more district that I'm a little bit hesitant whether or not they'll be able to meet the requirement or the promise that they've been able to give it to us. So they're willing to, but they may have staffing issues as well. We may encounter those problems in the future.
And I saw that Orange County was working with an additional vendor as well to try to cover some of that demand and meet some of that need. I appreciate you, Nurse Howard, so much. I don't know how you and your team are holding in there. We want to hold you up and just acknowledge the tremendous work that you all are doing. Ms. Umstead, no.
Since we're on the testing part, I think this is my last comment. I think also it's important to recognize we came back in session last Tuesday. The delay happened last Thursday. So this is a very quick response to what we need to do. So I just want to acknowledge that this all happened really fast. I know the Biden administration is now sending out a rapid test to schools. I wonder if one of the things we can be doing also is if sending rapid home tests with parents or having parents being able to drop by. If you're in that pool, here's a rapid test, take that before you come back to school. But I'm wondering how, now that testing should be more available soon, we can incorporate that and getting that out to families because, we're working with a vendor, cases are growing across the state, it's going to be hard to predict. So I'm just wondering if that's a part of a strategy that we can think about moving forward.
I think we're open to suggestions at this point. But before I go any further, I just want to acknowledge the tremendous work that the COVID team has done. So I can't take all the credit. Ms. Prince and our contact tracers have done a phenomenal job with the influx of cases that has come over the past week. And so I just want to elevate the team and thank them because I feel better as a parent standing here tonight. So thank you so much.
And I saw Ms. Valladares and Mr. Raven and then Mr. Sears and Ms. Lewis, and we'll just appreciate your patience with us.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I'm grateful that we have things in place. I know that there's definitely room for improvement. And a lot of that is not just, it's not on DPS, it's these partnerships. It's also the volume, the demand, and community spread and all kinds of things. I do have just a little bit of feedback based on, conversations with families around our process. And just, I think this would be great for the community to hear a little bit about, ways that, the way the existing process is right now, because those numbers that Dr. Hardy showed about registrations for testing, surveillance testing, the feedback I heard is that families are learning, they're going to our schools' websites, which is, I want to commend the schools for putting that prominently on the website, register your student for COVID testing. Now, I also will speak from personal experience that it was confusing for me to register with Color. And, Color is managing all of that and they have my information, my email, all that. And they said that they would update me. And I actually have the text messages saying that I would be updated as soon as there's a test and results and all that. And that's not exactly what's happening because MACO is a separate company. And so I had to call Color and Color said, oh no, that's MACO. So I called MACO and they're like, well, that's, so it seemed like back and forth between Color and MACO. And I'm wondering if in terms of streamlining and for better communication and, efficiency of process, I mean, we have registrations going to Color and we have testing happening with MACO and MACO's giving students a card with a number. And then, they are giving results using the number that they have, but that's not really communicating really well with color. And I'm just wondering, what is the functionality of color at this point? If anybody can answer that. And I have a follow-up to after, but just wanted to.
I think one of the things we respond to complaints. So if someone has highlighted an issue, if we need to go back in to say, we've had a couple of parents complain about XYZ, that's where Dr. Pate will meet with our Mako vendor to say, we've had this complaint, or we could walk through the system to see exactly where the problem has occurred. So I want to say, for the most part, principals will highlight if they've had a parent that complained of an issue with registration or getting their test result, and we turn around to help that parent. And that's what we've been doing. So we problem solve on that level. And then if the complaints, if we see trends, then that's where we need to go back to look at the system. So I think that is my quick answer to that. If you're having issues, just contact one of us and we'll help you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I definitely have been really grateful for school administrators because I know that you all have a large volume and we are a large district with 33,000 students and central office. I already know that I bug central office folks all the time directly, but I have been telling parents, like, work with your school administrators. They are the best resource because they have been answering these questions. And I also know that our administrators are also stretched. So there's all that in terms of like communication at the school site. But I will definitely be following up with you. I'll show you my specific examples because I'm like, let me see, for me and for my family. And, my kids are registered at testing and I've also had to go through my own ordeals with all of this. I mean, this is impacting our community in such a way. And I agree with Board Member Byer saying this Omicron thing is a whole different level. I mean, it's a whole different level. For people who are vaccinated, I can say how important vaccinations are because those symptoms are not going to be the same. I mean, I heard, and this is something that you all can back up through research, people who are on ventilators, for the most part, the trends and what that shows is that the people who have had the worst with all this pandemic are unvaccinated. 100% of folks that are on ventilators, and it is something that breaks my heart. And this is a time for us to figure out ways to continue to educate, continue to understand historical disenfranchisement in the healthcare system and how we can really drive, everybody getting vaccinated and folks continue to wear masks appropriately and doing this testing. And of course, the federal government needs to help us out, and I'm so glad that Chair Bettina mentioned that they're going to give us more test kits. The second question is staff. I understand the process for staff and we've gotten a lot of emails. And the email is related to somebody who has a COVID positive result and their ability to use sick days, their ability to get the COVID related exemption and how they have to go to the State Department to get a letter. And the letter will allow them to not have to use their sick time and also their vacation time, so that letter, I've gotten some emails talking about that is very burdensome to folks who are sick and having to navigate. Do we have any guidance on how to make that more efficient? Because I know the letter will definitely confirm, that they are in the system, they are definitely a COVID positive.
Ms. Vaidires,
So I
we're,
wonder-
we're over here like trying to hopefully get to that because I know Dr. Lassane
Right.
is going to address that in her presentation. It's something that is on all of our hearts. Sorry, I was trying to catch your eye, but you're,
sorry.
yeah, no,
Okay.
you're totally good. You're totally good.
And
Go ahead.
I do want to go back to Mako and color just for a little bit of clarity. So our partnership is with Mako as a vendor. Their responsibility is to provide us with the staff to administer the test. They work with the state in terms of making sure that we have the rapid test that we need on site. And then they partner with Color, not DPS. Our partnership with Mako. Mako partners with Color, which is managing the lab results. So when you register, you're registering with Color so that Color can manage those lab results. And then that information that you have shared with Color, and I've experienced that. I also am participating in our weekly surveillance testing. So you would you receive a text message that says you are, now a part of color, and we will send you your results. And then you also would receive an email. In the event that those results may be, when I say confusing, most of the time it says detected or not detected. Sometimes it will say not determined. And so those are the places, and we've had a couple of those instances, as Nurse Howard indicated, and usually our families would reach out to their contact at the school, and then they email the COVID email that we have for DPS. And that email goes to our COVID-19, not to just one person, so that we can be quickly responsive. The other time, another outlet that has also occurred on a regular basis, our families may call the Office of School Relations. And then Ms. Gentry or Dr. Watson will email the COVID-19 team so that we can quickly respond to that family regarding. We do want to make sure, because this is also confidential and medical information, that we just want to be careful to make sure that we're responding not only quickly, but also making sure that they are getting the response and the answers they need. And then if we need to make sure that we connect them or their young person so that they need to get an additional test, we try to do that as well.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hardy.
Ms. Byer, do we want to go back to the slides? I just want to make sure, or we can pivot to Dr. Lassane? I'm happy to navigate whatever the pleasure is.
Yes, Nurse Howard, are you?
She's staying, she just, it might.
We will, if that's okay with you, Dr. Hardy, we will try to hold our questions, but we do have a lot of questions.
No,
Yeah.
you don't need
Yeah,
to
keep
hold. I
going.
just want to make
Yep.
sure that. So then if we go, I think, to the next slide, this is the place where we want to talk about extracurricular and our district activities. We continue to want to make sure that our teachers and staff offer safe after-school activities in the arts for all of our students. We are executing, either our students are fully vaccinated or participating in our weekly testing. Now, I would like to note, we have moved forward with masks are required at all times for our extracurricular activities. I also want to share the district events that we have during the month of January are virtual, including Durham's Finest. We invite each of you to tune in to our DPS YouTube channel to watch our recognition of our student participants, which will be held on February 4th at 6 p.m. You can also tour the museum and see our students' artwork at the campus of North Carolina Central University beginning tomorrow through February 4th. In February, we will also host the DPS Jazz Day, which will include master classes with professional musicians. We will present a virtual revamp of the day on our YouTube channel that will occur on February 18th. You go to the next slide. This shows you one of our pages on our COVID-19 site. This is where our student athletes, artists, athletic, student athletes, club participants can regularly find the resources regarding vaccination, testing, as also our winter sports and extracurricular guidelines. This is also the tab that we were just talking about, and where our students and families can sign up for our surveillance testing or download your vaccination attestation form to complete when you are returning to school.
Dr. Hardy, I'm sorry, I said I'd hold questions. Are families still doing the screening on, or is we did away with that and we don't see a reason to bring that back?
Currently, as Dr. Lassane, so currently our screener is for staff. We are not currently using a screener for students. So staff do go through the screening process every day, and then supervisors have an opportunity to see those staff who have failed the screener. In addition to that, we do expect all of our employees, if they are not coming to work or exhibiting any symptoms, they are to directly contact their supervisor. Also, staff are supposed to let their supervisor know if they test positive, and then they complete the questionnaire form that we have, how we monitor all of our cases. So principals or their designee complete that questionnaire for students. And then if I had a staff member that notified me that they tested positive, then I complete that for that particular staff member. And that's how we generate the information that you all receive on a daily basis regarding the cases, the close contacts, and the impact across the district.
Go ahead. I'll have more questions later. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So on our next slide, thank you. This is regarding athletics and spectator. And I do want to note for our board and our community, we have made a modification since this slide was submitted. We have experienced a lot over the past 2 years, and we appreciate our board's support with giving us the opportunity to allow our student athletes to compete. We have made adjustments to ensure the health and safety of our student athletes, our coaches, and we want to acknowledge the partnership with operational services to ensure the cleanliness of our facilities. To address the current spread with our Omicron variant and to ensure the continued safety of our students, staff, and families, we are implementing the following spectator limits and protocols. Please note we are reducing the number of spectators, which is different from what is on this slide, for our home athletes to 4, reducing the number of spectators for our home athletes to 4, and visiting athletes to 2. Before I turn it over to, or we continue to have questions and turn it over to Dr. Lassane, we would like to also reiterate our COVID-19 resources and webpage, as well as Dr. Pate. I appreciate Nurse Howard acknowledging Ms. Prince and our COVID-19 team. Part of that team is Dr. Pate, our COVID communication specialist, and making sure that our DPS website on the COVID-19 tab is constantly updating that site with additional information, as well as making sure, working with Dr. Spencer's office to continually update our dashboard, our vaccine clinic calendar. And we want to encourage our families and community. If you ever do have any questions, that's one place where you can go to begin to see answers to some of your questions. And I'll be here, of course, happy to take questions. And the next section of this presentation does focus on information regarding our vaccine mandate and status. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Lassane.
So can I ask a question where I'm getting a lot of confusion from folks? And it is that notion that the CDC defines that if you are asymptomatic, improving and fever-free, then you can come back. How is that being communicated to families, and how are we having clarity on what that means so that sick children are not coming to school? And
so improving symptoms is a very subjective thing. It's a very gray line. We acknowledge that. There was a point when it said no symptoms. And for a while, we were operating under the no symptom guidance. However, we had so many pushback from parents who said, this is so definite. My child was sick, but now he's improved. He's no longer fever-free. He's not laying in bed. He may have a slight lingering cough. So mild symptoms is how I would define that. You should absolutely not be feeling worse or the same way you were feeling at the start of the infection. So when I want to emphasize symptom improvement, which means you are feeling better than you were at the start. You have not gotten worse, and you should not be on campus if you have a fever. So that's the best way I explain to parents and how you quantify when they should send their kiddos back.
And it's fever-free for 24 hours without fever-reducing medications as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So my question about the screener was, we're actually just relying on folks. If we don't catch it through a Mako test, a surveillance test, or the health department letting us know, we're actually relying on our parents and families, as we were in the fall, to actually do the right thing and report that to us as well so that we can trace. Is that?
Absolutely.
And do our families know that we need that information? Are we still struggling to get that information? Or do you feel like that we're just overwhelmed with cases right now and we can't even deal
Right.
with
So right now we're being bombarded with the cases, right? So cases are coming in from schools, cases are coming in from the health department. We're not seeing a whole lot of, we didn't know at this point. I think because we're coming off the holidays, some people just didn't come on campus, and we're reporting that they got sick over Christmas. And it's just a talking through of what do they need to do to come back to school.
Appreciate it.
Good evening. If we can advance. Couple more slides. Next one. We're always going to start with the process. And so today we're going to focus largely on how we're still determining vaccination status, as well as the testing and tracking of unvaccinated employees. We will share some key steps that are yielding positive results with our staff and still where some of our challenges are. So if we could advance 2 slides, please. So here's the big slide. When you look at this, you can see some of the changes from our efforts. We will begin with the celebration that even with our continued turnover and the impact of that on the numbers, we have moved the needle last month from 73.54% to 74.91. So we're at 75% of our staff being fully vaccinated by the current definition. Please note that this number even includes 49 newly onboarded employees. We'll talk a little more about that, who have not yet provided vaccination information. And when I say newly onboarded, I mean newly onboarded. For transportation, if we begin looking a little bit at the different areas, for transportation, the percentage of fully vaccinated employees actually dropped a little more than 1%, but that is largely due to the turnover in staff. However, our classified staff saw an increase of almost 3 percentage points from last month. And there was an increase of about a percentage point for our licensed personnel also. Even with the negative impact among our bus personnel, it is notable that the dip could have been even worse. We are in the process of meeting with unvaccinated employees, and I'll use Dr. Monk's team as an example. We had 8 meetings this week with identified unvaccinated staff, and it was just amazing, the response to that. Even while we were sitting in the meeting, I had an employee send me a copy of their first vaccination where they were in the meeting and they went to be vaccinated. So I do consider that a celebration, even though that one person is not going to move that percentage on their own. I think the more of those efforts we do, the more we will see the benefits from those efforts. And so we're going to continue to do that across the district and continue to engage in educational sessions. I do want to say for that effort, we owe a tremendous amount of gratitude to our technology team who helped set up centers across the district for our staff to be able to have access to the information sessions, and huge kudos to Nurse Howard for joining us. We tag teamed and then had our own little session. So we're going to have a road trip and continue engaging in conversation with our employees. Last month, when I spoke to you, we discussed gaps with new hires. I have another kudos for the technology team, but I want to mention Mr. Paul Majumbi by name. And so he has helped us work with our HR team. And so now we actually have a survey that as soon as you get your offer letter, you get a link to upload your vaccination information. And so as we're speaking, I have 30 vaccination cards in reserve for employees who will start between tomorrow and the end of the month that we already have their vaccination information. And so I think that helps us close the gap for that 49 that you see here when folks are getting this information. In addition to that, I am working with my team to make sure that on every posting that goes up, there is some kind of marker that indicates, like when I put up a posting, it says, please be aware, Durham Public Schools is currently under a vaccination mandate. And it gives those folks that information as they are applying for jobs. And we hope that that will attract folks even more, knowing the safety efforts that we are doing for our environment. Our HR administrators and our techs are doing a fabulous job communicating with our employees. And so I also want to thank them for their efforts in helping improve these processes. We could go to the next slide. I know there's a lot on these slides, but I thought that it was very important that you are able to see how we're doing across our district. So for the past couple of months, I've talked to you about how we have tried to zero in on particular areas to try to gain improvement. And so we've talked about our focus on those employees that may not have as much access to technology. And so now we're even digging deeper. So what you will see in the next few screens, I'm gonna go through them pretty quickly, but you can see each school by site, and I've garnered them, I've put them together by school base. You can see that among our elementary schools, about 80% of our staff are fully vaccinated. For our middle schools, you can see it's about 83%. And then I also have our secondary schools there, and you can see our some of our K-8 schools and other variations. And then for our high schools, you can see that 76% of staff are fully vaccinated. So our next efforts will zero in on those high schools, as well as some of the departments that you can see on the next slide. So here we have all of our district departments, and you can see the various delineations there. We can go to the next slide. Some of the additional considerations, we continue to look at attrition rates, and what we're seeing, we are still losing and gaining at about the same rate as far as percent vaccinated. I'm hoping that we will see a difference in that as we move forward. Process improvements, some I just mentioned, not only new hires, but also the personal touch. One of the things that we have shared with our employees, or we are seeking to confirm some dates in partnership with Old North State Medical Society. And we're hoping to bring them in and have sessions with our staff where we can get educated. And right there on the spot, if you want that vaccination, we have an opportunity for you there. We continue to have resources available, not only through the COVID team, but even within our department. If someone calls, I have resources that talk to them about here. I can help get you if you're having any difficulty finding a site. So this is not something that we just expect employees to go out and look on the website to find the information. We're trying to make sure that we have resources available for them. One of the hard parts of putting all of this information, again, I've shared this before, is pulling it from all the different areas. And so when I talk about 75%, that doesn't include the 116 employees that we have on leave of absence. I can tell you their vaccination status, but they are taking out of that number because they are not on our campus every day. Leave of absence could be for 2 weeks. It could be for 3 months. So as we keep updating this information, we have to go in and update the sheets. I've already talked about the personalized employee interactions, but I would also like to give a shout out to Dr. Spencer and particularly Nelson on her team for his assistance. One of the things is still not perfect, but we are in the process actually now of sending out links to schools that will automatically pull the data from our main database. So each supervisor has access to a sheet that when we change something on the main database, it automatically populates on the sheet that they have access to. So they're getting live data. As soon as we make a change, they see the change on their spreadsheet. And so we think that that also helps with our more timely communication with schools. Next slide. I just like this information. I actually go in to see how are we doing in the wake of North Carolina and specifically Durham County. So this is just an update of what I provided you last month. You can see that as far as the percentage of the community being fully vaccinated, Durham County is still at number 4. We've had some improvements from last month, but a county as a whole, we're at 71% full vaccination. We can advance 2 slides. We talked about the testing approach. The most important thing is we constantly are reminding employees about what they're required to do if they are indeed unvaccinated. When I came to you last time, that number was above 1,400. It is not where we want it to be, but that number is down to 1,331 based on our current employees. And when I say current employees, that is as of yesterday. Okay, the next slide. Just very quickly on this one, we have our exemption requests continue to be stabilized. Since I came to you last, we have only approved 2 additional exemptions. Next slide. Next slide. And so with our weekly testing, you have already heard the challenges of testing. I have received an updated list from Mako. That list is already dated. So I'm in the process of asking them for another updated list. This is one of the areas that we are really seeking to have things more automated and have a way for systems to talk more to one another, because we have employees that register every day for testing, and we need to be able to have access to that information and to provide updates. And so one of the things we want to be able to do is to connect when new hires come on board and they identify that they are not vaccinated, making sure that we are able to quickly complete that cycle and get them into the weekly testing pool. Okay, and when I say testing pool, I don't mean pool testing. We are looking for those individuals who are not vaccinated to actually be tested on a weekly basis, not as part of a tool, of a pool of candidates. So we continue to work with Qualtrics, Mako, Color, all of our vendors to try to see if we can make improvements to that system, not only for Durham Public Schools, but the fact that this is going to become more of a need as we move forward for all school districts. Forward 2 slides. Another part is we have to keep abreast of what is going on with our state requirements as well as our federal requirements. We had a lot of movement with OSHA's ETS over the holidays. And so you can see there on December 17th, the Court of Appeals in the 6th Circuit lifted the emergency stay. Okay, and we had an update as far as deadlines, required deadlines for both January 10th as well as February 9th. These have to do with things like determining the vaccination status of employees. We're already doing that. Providing support for employee vaccination, we're already doing that. Requiring employees to notify their employer of a positive, we're already doing that. So a lot of the things that are embedded in this, we are ahead of the mark. But keep in mind, even though we would meet many of these standards already, DPI has not adopted the ETS, and therefore it does not currently apply to North Carolina public schools as we stand right now. So we will stay tuned to see what occurs in the courts, and we will be prepared to follow the standards as they are set. One of the things we're going to talk about more in a minute is addressing leave status for employees under the new guidelines. We continue to battle increased absences and the impact of that on our work environment, as well as those employees as individuals. We continue to address any reported violations, as well as to provide guidance when asked. So I want to spend most of our time talking about the next slide. COVID-related absences and leave options. So I want to start by saying right now, the only benefit for our employees related to COVID and providing leave options for them is the contagious disease leave. Contrary to belief, contagious disease leave has been in existence for a long time. Okay, It is not in general statutes, but it is in the benefits manual. And so when DPI came up with the notion of contagious disease, there was no COVID, right? And so we are trying to take a policy that was already in existence and make it fit current circumstances. And the way contagious disease leave is written, as you can see there, it is based, the power of giving access to this leave is in the hands of the director of the health department. On top of that, when you use this leave, as I've stated previously, we get audited on the leave. And part of how you address the audit is you have to be able to provide documentation showing the verification of giving individuals that leave. And the way that has been is through the letter from the health department that indicates this is the quarantine period for an individual. That is all that can be covered under contagious disease leave. So let's say someone under our current policy or practice is quarantined or isolated for 5 days, but they're out for 10. If they have a letter from the health department, the 5 days that are covered by that letter are taken care of for that employee. The 5 days that are not, we have to look at some of the other leave options that we're getting ready to talk about. That is not a DPS thing. That is a state of North Carolina thing. And with the impact of Omicron and the volume, you can imagine with all that the health department is dealing with, creating these letters is not high on their list. So just as we've talked about backlogs with testing and backlogs with other things, there are also backlogs in getting access to these letters. So what we have done as an approach.
Can I
Yes.
ask you one interrupt
Yes.
right there? This policy has been in leave for a long time, but there was a different policy around leave last year, 2021. Can you tell us where that went and who,
Okay.
where that policy came from?
So what I'll do for that is if you go to the next slide and then we'll come back. We can advance one slide. So part of what I embedded in this presentation is if we look over the whole time of COVID, what our employees have had access to, there are a number of different things. At the top of that list is what the approach that DPS has taken, okay, with remote work for the period of time that we've had it. We are trying to use as much flexibility as we can while still making sure that we are ethically doing our job according to policy. But then remember when we first started, we had the FFCRA leave. That provided our employees with a host of options that perhaps folks in other fields did not have access to. And I'm not going to read every one, but you can see there you had 80 hours of paid leave for those who did not have an option for remote work. Okay, you had 80 hours of, and that was full pay. You had 80 hours of paid leave at 2/3 of your pay for care of others during that time if remote work was not available. You had up to 10 weeks of paid leave at 2/3 of your pay if a childcare institution was closed, and you could provide proof of that. In addition to that, we had a period of time that we had the state of emergency leave that was up to 416 hours of paid leave. And that was a special provision that was written into policy to address COVID. On top of that, there was the additional state of emergency leave that was up to 96 hours of paid leave for employees who had requested the leave, right? And they had used some of their own during that closure period. And so they were able to get that back. Okay. You threw me off there for a minute, I gotta say. I was like, that's my voice. But so these are kind of the options that have been there over time, over the time of COVID.
And I just want to be clear, these options no longer exist.
These options
in
no
2022.
longer exist.
Okay, thank you.
They were provided for a window of time, but they are gone. They have sunset.
And those were mostly state and federal benefits, not
State and
DPS.
federal, but
Yeah.
Durham Public Schools, you know, I have to say, coming in the middle of COVID, Durham Public Schools gave a lot more than what I would say was comparable to the rest of the state of North Carolina. Okay, if we can go back to the previous slide. And so I'll ask first, are there any more questions? That's my quick summary of contagious disease leave.
My question, Dr. Hussain, is this contagious disease leave thing at the top, is that limited to 5 days because the CDC has made that change in isolation?
So the only limitations on contagious disease leave are under the direction of the health director. So let's say, for instance, if we have individual who have had COVID multiple times. So now we've been with this so much that we have folks who have had COVID multiple times. The first time you had COVID, your quarantine letter could have been written for 10 days. If it was written for 10 days, you got those 10 days. If you got it again, and let's say we're in this current Omicron phase and it was written for 5 days, then you would get 5 days. So that's a total of 15 days.
But it doesn't apply to family members as it is.
It
only
does
to
not
the
apply.
employee.
It explicitly says in the policy that it is for the employee. Now, one thing that we are trying to do is we work very closely, and I want to thank the COVID team for their assistance with this also. We don't expect, I want to make this very clear, we do not expect sick employees to be trying to track down a letter from the health department. In any case, particularly like if we have an employee who has leave, they may have to use their leave, and then when we get that letter, we can reimburse their leave. That's a lot of communication that's going on with employees. But particularly if we have an employee who does not, maybe they just started the job and they do not have a lot of leave options. If they will call HR, if they will call a member of the COVID team, I know Nurse Howard has made many of these calls. Let us do the bidding with the health department if you are having difficulty getting what you need. So particularly if we can reimburse the leave, that's just a technicality. But if you do not have leave and we're looking at a situation where someone may be going without pay, we will exhaust all efforts possible to make sure that they're taken care of, and we don't expect them to be running around if they are sick. Okay? Sick leave, I just put what you see in the numbers beside is if our employees are looking at the benefits manual that's on the DPI website, these are the areas that address that. And so, of course, that's what sick leave is for. And so as our folks earn sick leave, they can use that to help cover any time that they're out. So there's annual vacation leave. If you're a classroom-based employee, there are specific provisions in policy that you cannot take annual leave on student days, like if you're a teacher, if you're an instructional assistant. But then there's another type of annual leave that is for catastrophic illness. So if we have someone who is really, sick, they're out that 5 days or more, then they do the leave paperwork. We can cover that that way. Personal leave. Personal leave is a special benefit for classroom teachers and media coordinators who require substitutes. So if you're classified personnel, you're not earning personal leave. And so for those folks that are earning personal leave, they could use their personal leave to cover some of these things. Generally, personal leave comes with a $50 day charge that is waived currently by the state. So if you're using your personal leave, you're not even getting that $50 deduction. Extended sick leave is another benefit that is to classroom teachers and media coordinators requiring substitutes. And so you have additional extended leave in that case. Now, if you go into if you have exhausted your sick leave and you're going into your 20 days of extended sick leave, then you do get that charge of $50 per day. For our classified staff, they have access to compensatory time. So like if there's someone who has earned compensatory time, then they obviously could use that during their absence. I think there's a duplicate slide here. If we could go to the next slide. Okay, you will see where I've added a bullet at the bottom that if all of these options for some reason are not available to an employee, we do assess certain things like a supervisor can't approve telework, but they can make a request and make the case if it is a job where someone is maybe not sick, but they have to be out and their job functions are essential, then we do evaluate those with the supervisor and determine if it's a case where telework is available. That is not an extremely wide use, but we do look at those on an individual basis and consider. The other thing that we have to look at just to think about in policy is there is the voluntary shared leave policy. Like if someone is, I would say the only way that this would apply is in some of the situations where we may have long haulers and they have exhausted all of their leave. And so there is policy that we can look at with regards to voluntary shared leave. So that is my quick explanation of leave options. I'm glad to entertain any questions on that before we move on. Mhm.
This is actually something that I think the last time I talked with the union reps about this was like 5 years ago, but this is not well understood by our staff.
I know.
You know, staff know. So I don't want to be throwing out, micromanaging ideas for how we get it, but at least it's taped now. And maybe we send a link. I mean, I think that the union really ought to be training their folks on what their leave policies are and things like that. So thank you for explaining. In my 8 years on the board, this has not been explained in this detail. And I appreciate
And I'm glad to do whatever I can if I need to work with Mr. Sutter and his team to do something for our employees. I'm glad to do that. Part of the reason that is by design because it doesn't matter until it matters, right? So I'm not worried about all of this. And I may have never in my 25 years of being an educator even had to think about leave to this degree. So the orientation I had 25 years ago where it was explained, it's not going to mean much to me now. And so we understand that context and we can look and see if there's some other efforts that we can do to help explain it to our staff. Okay. I want to add one other piece. We have worked with the Department of Public Instruction to advocate for what we think contagious disease leave needs to look like in the wake of COVID. And so I do want you to know that those conversations are going on across the state with HR professionals and our representatives at DPI, and they are listening. They are hearing us, and we're trying to navigate the waters. They're trying to navigate the waters from their role just as we are in our roles. And so I don't want you to think that we're taking a stance that just says, this is the policy and this is how we're executing it. We're also having an active voice in what the interpretation of that policy is and potential revisions to the policy. Okay, next slide. Next slide. And so just in summary, I'm gonna go through this pretty quickly. I just wanted to give you an overview of where our pluses and our deltas, what are our successes and what are our work, where is our work still ongoing with the vaccine implementation. We have increased in the percentage of fully vaccinated staff. We will continue efforts to make sure all of those meetings that I was telling you about with the personalized touch, we stress to them that our next goal Our ultimate goal is 100, but our next goal is 80%, and we want to be there by February. Process improvements to streamline our various data sources. We have some improvement there. We still have a way to go. Partnerships to engage in our personalized educational sessions. It makes a difference when you just sit down and talk to staff members instead of talking at them. We have advertised, it went live today. We have created the job description and outlined all of the pieces for an HR safety information coordinator that we look to have hired in February, that will cover a lot of things, not only with the screener, calls that need to be made from an HR perspective regarding testing, making sure that we are monitoring and folks are doing what they need to do, as well as managing all of this data. I will be extremely happy when that position is hired. And we're also continuing to advocate with the state for employee benefits that fit this time. However, automation or lack thereof is killing us right now between Mako, Color, Qualtrics, HRMS. So that's what makes some of this work so labor intensive. The backlog with processing COVID-related absences with the health department, we have to find a way to streamline that, as well as our efforts, education and access, just having the time to touch employees, and the unknown, because usually when we get something, a process straight, then we have something like the quarantine period changes to 5 days. And so usually when we get a change, it's immediate. And so that's another piece that we're just trying to make sure that we can stay abreast as much as possible. I'm glad to entertain any questions.
Dr. Lassane, I want to thank you for the data. I want to thank you for going to get that one employee. We celebrate that one employee and any of those colleagues that join and have their questions answered. I appreciate you breaking the data down by school site. The high numbers are the winning school sites. I'm just saying because our schools are competitive, and let's continue to get all of them up there to levels where they're keeping each other safe. You'll be doing targeted things like at a school that had 60% of staff vaccinated.
Absolutely.
That will give you exactly the data you need for having those conversations and relationships. I don't know if it helps or if we have anything in writing about how we want our folks to stay home when they're sick and symptomatic. Do we have anything that is clear for folks that?
So I know it's written in all of our documentation. I know when folks ask questions, we answer their questions, but I also know that we've had folks show up to bring us a copy of their positive test. So I do think that every opportunity we have to stress that we need to take advantage of, because part of the nature of a teacher, part of the nature of an educator is kind of that grit factor. We show up all the time, it's almost like a badge of honor. I worked through the flu, 10 years ago. COVID is not the flu. And so I do think that it takes a little retooling with staff to be able to help with that mindset. That it's not a badge of honor to try to work through.
This is showing up differently and very differently for different people. And folks are having very different experiences, vaccinated and unvaccinated. Mr. Sears.
Yeah, I want to give the administration opportunity to discuss what your thresholds for closure are, classroom closure, and eventually the possibility of school closure.
They're all wanting to answer that. I can't tell where.
So I
Which,
think
yeah.
the first thing that I want to share is that we recognize how important it is to keep our families and our students safe. And the decisions regarding a class closure, grade level, or school closure is a very complex decision. It is not a decision that can simply depend on one isolated or single metric. As we work together as a team, so that includes our lead nurse, our COVID manager, as well as gathering the information from our principals who are experiencing that particular situation. So it starts by looking at the number of students or staff who are positive and potentially those who are going to be in quarantine because based on being identified as a close contact. Also looking at masking consistently and appropriately, especially in many of our classrooms. We do have students that have approved mask exemptions. We have special needs students where masking is not appropriate or available. We also look at students that may be sick. So each of our schools has a tracker where they're tracking the number of students that may have had to go to the health room on a particular day. So do we have students that went home sick? And then looking at the availability for our vaccine. So students who may have had one shot or may be fully vaccinated, and the time period where it occurs. So it's multiple factors that we're looking at when we're looking at a potential classroom and or a bus. When you're talking about more than one classroom, it's looking at how students might have matriculated through the day. So in our secondary schools, at a middle school, they might be functioning and going through in pods. So all of us we're in one class together, then we go to a next class. At our high schools, they do not, for the most part, travel in pods. So we might all be in block 1 together, but then we're in different blocks in block 2. So looking at how students and or staff matriculate within the building, and then really trying to figure out the number of staff that are available. So we are also regularly monitoring every day. We look at our student absent report. Dr. Spencer provides that to us every day. Dr. Lassane provides to us every day a staffing report. So we already know how many staff have called to be out tomorrow, and if they have a sub that is going to be there. If they have multiple staff that are going to be out, they're working directly with their supervisor to make sure those classrooms are covered. If they need additional assistance, those supervisors are working with central services staff to make sure that we are deploying staff to their schools so that we can provide that support.
So that answers some of the question. And, we had a school that you all closed prior to the holidays. Folks might not have heard about that. Can you talk about that threshold and how that decision was made? Whether our sub vacancies are being picked up because folks are saying they're not, and that we don't, what are you all thinking? I know Wake County's talked about 20% of staff. Y'all have to have talked about it. It's not a fun thing to talk about, but I think it's important for families to know you all are, how you're thinking about it.
In terms of subs, I can definitely start, and I can let Dr. Lassane jump in as well. I think we are all experiencing that some of our positions are not being picked up. So the report that is provided from our human resources at a particular school, if there are 5 teachers out, it will also show for the first 2 if someone has picked up that particular job. So we're able to see what jobs have been picked up. We also are able to see the position that is also called out. So if it's teacher kindergarten or if it is media specialist. So that is also helpful in how you think about using the staff that you have to make sure that you can continue to have school. The reason I'm not necessarily giving a hard and fast number is because 20% of a pre-K classroom is different than 20% of a high school classroom. So again, it's really not about that number. It really about a percentage. It's really about the number of students and or staff who have tested positive that would have to go into isolation, their potential close contacts, as well as our ability to make sure that we have done all that we can to mitigate spread. So in a classroom where we may have students that are not able to mask, we know that there is a higher likelihood of spread. So that would be a factor that we would consider in a potential closure. When you have students that are more intermingled, so they're not following together in pods like they would do in an early elementary class, then that means that there is a higher likelihood for that particular student for there to be spread. One thing I did omit in our first discussion is around seating charts. So in addition to all of that, we also are looking at the seating charts for our classrooms, and we have partnered with Dr. Monk and Dr. Spencer's office. So we also have seating charts on the bus, so that all of those are part of that determining factor when we're trying to have the discussion regarding closure. And I'm looking to see if I have missed anything.
I think Dr. Hardy, you covered really well. If I may say what our neighbor schools are doing, Wake County, again, I picked this up from the news, not from my colleague, 20%, and then they leave it up to the school to make that call, which is not what we're doing. So we strongly believe that we have to control that from the central level and be able to provide whatever additional supports. Starting next week, I know we've been sending folks from our central office. Starting next week, we're pretty much pulling all directors and coordinators as well to be able to support schools. Coming up with a specific number, like folks would expect us to do, I think based on what Dr. Hardy just explained, is really complicated. There are a lot of factors that we have to consider. Throwing a number there, I don't really feel comfortable to do that.
So just to clarify, is that 20% number meaning staff absences? Or what did I?
Yes.
Okay, that when it gets to that level, you simply can't run a school. That's what our neighbors are doing.
That's correct.
Just to be clear, go ahead, Dr. Mavinga, sorry, I don't want to.
They're not gonna be, then they leave it up to the school to make the call.
Right.
Yeah.
Is there a clear, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Is there on the, what umbrella should we put it under? Super spreader, hotspot. What's the infectious? Why do we close Brogdon for 2 days? And again, you don't have to give us a hard number, but how are you making those? Is the health department giving you input? Is it Nurse Howard? Or is it just a conversation about?
Yes, all of those. So 2 things. So in addition to our conversation that we have with principals regarding what's happening at those cases, and we have calls twice a day where we review every single case, which gives us additional information. We also have daily communication with our health department, and then there are 2 meetings per week that we participate in. So they are also reconciling cases. So in addition to a parent notifying us of a youngster being positive, anything that comes through Durham, they let us know, students or staff, so that we are also seeing cases that way as well. They also notify us when we are getting close to pre-cluster or cluster. And so that's really important, because that means they have actually linked those particular cases together, which gives us a signal that there could potentially be spread. So when we see that, and then you have additional evidence around how those students have been matriculating and intermingling, those are some of the triggers for us that say we really need to give this an opportunity for those students or staff to be separated, which would yield us to a closure. And whenever we're making those decisions, it really is that collaboration and getting the information for what has occurred with that particular case. So that's another reason that a particular, just a simple metric may not always apply to every single case that we do. Nurse Howard, have I missed something?
But the cluster data lags. I mean, I think that's part of folks' frustration and wanting to see the COVID dashboards more than once a week, right? It does lag a bit.
So the reporting for clusters, I think they report to the state once a week. However, because we are in collaboration with our health department at a minimum twice a week, we are also kind of monitoring. So there are times when we can start to anticipate based on what we are seeing. Go ahead, Nurse Howard.
So one of the things that we've almost mastered at this point is that in our spreadsheet, we are making our own links. So we look at our positive cases. We look at bus. If we have 3 kids positive on a bus, we're looking at similarities. We have 3 kids now from the same classroom. That's a flag. So as we're reviewing cases, we're doing our own investigation. So we're calling that principal back to say, could you give us a little bit more about what's happening here? So we're not even waiting on the health department to make their connection. We're calling our own pre-cluster because we now recognize that. So we can move on that quickly and not wait on the health department to make that link because we've been trained.
Yeah.
I will say, I know we're all, students of the news these days, and you could take the news any way you want. But the thing that I wanted to bring to this meeting tonight was that I think the gentleman called it the counterfactual has not happened. And I'm actually looking at our cases over time, and perhaps it's coincidental as to when Delta took over and when Omicron took over. But when school's in session, we don't see spikes. And that gives me comfort that school is a safer place. It's when we go into summer, it's when we go into family gatherings that we see spikes lagging after. So I am feeling much better than I was a year plus ago about us holding classes, for what that's worth.
Mr. Raven.
I wanted to give the administration some kudos on the work that you all have been doing, because I feel like we've been seeing a constant evolution of how we're adjusting with all this new data. I remember, and I tried to add, kind of discuss this a little bit earlier when we were talking about the pooled samples, and I know it's 6 tests with each one, if I'm not mistaken. And if we think about this, that process was really kind of engineered even before Delta hit, right? So at that point in time, even back at the winter of last school year, we were looking at rates at in between, 7 to 12%. They were fluctuating. But if we look at the rates, soon as we came back from Christmas break or New Year's, like Mr. Sears was talking about, when kids were out of school and communities were really together. I know in Durham, we had, however they do the scoring or whatever the estimated positive test rates, it exceeded 25%. So that's 1 in 4. So essentially, we have a test pool that takes 6 vials, and it tests that. But in Durham, we're testing that 1 in 4, which if these things were all equal, it would mean that every single pool is usually going to turn positive because of the high positivity ratings within this area. And I know it's a little different because we're dealing with kids. So that I'm sure that rate is a little lower, but you all could kind of see where I'm going with is that the positive rates are high across the board. But the one thing that we do realize, it's that masks work. If masks didn't work, we'd be having a completely different conversation right now. So it's really making sure that we communicate to the community that masks do work, that we are monitoring the changes. We're looking at the trends. Like Nurse Howard said, we've gotten better at being able to identify the threads that hold us all together and being able to track that. So, I feel more confident in where we're at, but we do have to again acknowledge the fear that's out there. And again, from my perspective, these pools are made so that we can try to get ahead and try to hopefully mitigate the risk of it spreading even more. Like if you find out that you're in a positive pool, please take your kids to get tested just to be on the safe side. We are doing the best that we can, but that means that we also need the families and the communities to also do their part as well. But I just like everything that we're doing. But I did have a question for you, Dr. Lassane, because one of the efforts that you mentioned, I believe you said that we have 1,300 people that have to get tested weekly. And that seems like a lot. So can you kind of walk us through what your team is having to do to kind of like verify or reconciliate all of those people getting tested or providing their tests? I don't know how that works.
So that is one of the challenges that I was referencing, because that is lagging data. Because by the time we're getting the data and the way it has to be compiled from color, I think that is definitely a process improvement. And so we have to wait to get the registration list to see new registrants. but then we can go in and see site by site, who has tested. But the report that they give us works better for the merging of that. And so I do think that that is just an area of improvement for us. We're looking at that, but it's lagging data. It's lagging more than we want it to be.
So asking a question towards that, to that effect, have we been able to see any gains from being able to have that weekly testing? Like how often or how frequently on a weekly basis do people find out that they were positive and we kind of nip that in the bud and they're out for 5 days? Like, or do people find out that they're positive and they just automatically say, they don't necessarily submit those records, but they actually just communicate to us that they're positive and they just don't come to work? I'm trying to figure out how that works as well.
I think that that would be more of how that information flows through with the COVID team. Then I'm not dealing up front with the positives when they're identified as a positive, but I don't know if Nurse Howard or Ms. Prince could speak to that piece or not, if they're once they're identified as positive through MACO's testing.
Mr. Wright, just to clarify, you mean how we're working with those employees once they?
Right. So for the 1,300 plus employees that have to get tested weekly, when it does yield a positive test, like what's our approach to that? Are they just letting us know or self-reporting that they've tested positive and then they stay out of work? Or what's the flow of that?
So this is for anyone who tests positive in DPS. If it's a student, we expect the student's parent or guardian to notify the school. Usually that is someone at the front office or the principal. And then if it is an employee, so for example, if I had an employee that tested positive, then they would notify me as their supervisor. And then we have a form that our principals or our supervisors would complete that gives us information about that particular either student or staff, the date that they were on site. It also tells us if that employee visits multiple sites, because that could be something that in regards to close contacts. It also asks information regarding the last time that they were on campus. And then if there's any assistance needed with close contacts identification and helping them contact trace. For students, it asks, and I'm looking to Nurse Howard, it asks about extracurricular activities, athletics, bus. I see Ms. Prince nodding. So it asks all of that information. And then that triggers for us, that goes directly to our COVID team so that we can see to process that particular case. If there's no close contacts identified, it's simply, we work on communication and we would process very quickly that particular case on a COVID call that day. However, if it is a student that participates in basketball, and rides the bus, then we have additional questions. So when that case comes in, it's likely that Ms. Prince or one of our lead contact tracer or contact tracer is going to get on the phone and call. We have a contact tracer that specifically works with transportation. So they're going to pull that seating chart from that bus so that we can start to see what additional information is happening. And then when we are on the call for a particular employee, also on every call is a representative from Human Resources, either Dr. Lassane or Mr. Coweek. So if there are some things that we need to and provide support to that particular employee, they definitely jump in and will reach out directly to that employee to make sure if there is any additional support that is needed. I hope that.
And so part of what I was hearing in your question that I was asking for is that person's confidential medical information. And so we have to rely on them to tell us that. And so there's nothing, even though we have this partnership, there's nothing that's gonna say, these people are positive and they're in your unvaccinated pool. There's nothing that direct that is gonna come to us.
So that does make a lot of sense. And that's what I was asking clarification on. I was hoping that we weren't necessarily housing the positive. I was just thinking that everybody was just being tested in the event that somebody actually is positive, like the absence of a positive test. I couldn't remember for some of our staff, whether they were being tested by Mako or if they had to go to outside sources sometimes as well to get tested as well.
No, we are
Okay.
requiring them to be tested through Mako.
Okay, gotcha. Even the, and that, but that does exclude anybody who's on any type of long-term absence or anything else like that.
If they're not in our building, showing up every day to work, then let's say you're on a leave of absence and you're unvaccinated, then you wouldn't have to test while you're on that leave of absence. But when you return to work, then you would need to be in that pool testing weekly.
Thank you.
Ms. Umstead.
And can I add one more piece there? When we were talking about the leave options, I want to point out, we have 2 leave analysts, okay? Andrea Lemusio and Lisa Daniel. And I'm gonna tell you, even prior to, like right during that window after Thanksgiving, I had 1 leave analyst at that time. And so those employees are responsible for all of these numbers that we're talking about that require an employee to take leave. That's their contact. When people are contacting human resources to say, I'm positive, usually Ms. Lemusio and Ms. Daniel are their first level of contact. And so I do want to, first of all, commend them for the outstanding job because they handle employees with such great care and all of that. But the volume, the increase in the volume of positives and close contacts are coming on those 2 ladies that are processing and looking through all of those leave options that we talked about earlier, looking at that employee's individualized case and seeing what they qualify for and what would be the best scenario for them given their circumstances. So
I'm going to switch gears a little bit, but I do want to, before I get started, just say thank you all. I mean, this has been a continually evolving pandemic and situation, and we're adapting. And I just appreciate the level that you all have adapted so quickly to support our students and families. And when people think about it, it's 33 different children in buildings in 50 something different buildings every day with about 5,000 employees. So tracking and tracing and all of that takes a lot of time and work. And so I know that, you know, it's your child, it's your family, it's urgent, and it is, and we want to take care of that, but it is a lot of system that we're processing and adapting to on a consistent basis. This might actually be a Dr. Spencer question, switching to absences. We've had some families reach out and say, you know, I've been keeping my child home because I'm not sure if I feel comfortable with them going back yet, or we're not sure, we might have been a close contact. What are the excused or unexcused absences process like? I'm not sure if that is Dr. Spencer or someone else, and how are we working with families around that at this time?
I'm going to start us off, and then Dr. Hardy, would you fill in any gaps of how this is also playing out at schools? So the state provides guidance of what is a lawful absence. And so one of those, for example, would be illness. And as kind of even pre-COVID, it would be the same, which is the parent would notify the school of the illness, and that would be an excused absence. So that's kind of the easy scenario. Maybe another layer of absences would be, what do I do when my student is has been told to quarantine by the school or the health department? Either they are positive and or identified as a close contact. The school has been given guidance on that. There's a couple of scenarios, but obviously that's an excused absence, first of all. There are also situations where a classroom may be remote and the student can actually be marked present off-site. And that, I guess, code is limited to when a student is in fact has been identified to quarantine and or the classroom is closed or even larger than that. The situation that you probably are referring to, which I know has maybe come up in the last week or so, as well as at the beginning of the year, which is the situation whereas a parent wants to keep their student out of school because they are afraid that their student will be will get sick. So that situation, I have dug deep. There is no, if that is all it is, that is not really identified in our lawful absences from the state. I will say, if the student is sick, if the parent documents that, then of course we would do what we've always done. So the state gives us the guidance on that. Feel free to jump in, add. So do we have any flexibility beyond that? So I've also thought through that one. There really just is not flexibility for us to just abandon the state guidance on a lawful absence. So remember that your lawful absence is directly connected to your general statute around compulsory attendance. And so I would caution us to begin undoing the general statute of compulsory attendance. So I think when we close a classroom, that is our signal that student, that there is reason enough for us to go out of bounds to then make that adaptation for that student.
Yeah, I don't agree with the North Carolina General Assembly law that they just passed that requires us to have an in-person option all the time. Like, I think public health actually should prevail and those should be local decisions, right? So I still question the legality of that. I think there's some room for challenge there. And I do, as people are so worn out and frustrated, this is the peak of cases we've ever had in North Carolina. And so I can understand why some people, especially if they have immunocompromised folks in their family and children that are younger than 5 and unable to be vaccinated, might not be interested in taking that risk level, which is a whole different risk than it was in the fall when we were contemplating this last spring. And so I still would be interested in having Tharrington Smith explore what options we could have for folks to make that call week by week or something. I just really struggle with that one. And yeah, it's like we have to have a choice for the in-person, but we don't have the flex for the people that are really, really at risk. Yeah, Alexandra, sorry.
Yeah, this definitely is very challenging, especially because we know that there are health disparities. We also know that the federal law on maternity leave is not great, and so folks who have exhausted their sick days, and that presentation, it definitely lays really heavy in my heart for folks who have to grapple with health disparities or, pre-existing conditions, immunocompromised, maternity leave, and don't have that flexibility in their time. But I think that shared option where, folks can kind of grant or donate maybe their time to another staff person, that might be something. So that's just a comment on that. But I do have a question about our communication. It's during this time, we hear over and over again that even if we communicate and we do the best to communicate, there's always going to be gaps, right? Because communication is one of those things where it's like people have to be able to receive the message in as many ways, as many times as needed, because it's confusing. It's confusing for a lot of people, especially with CDC changing guidelines, especially when we do the best to put it on our websites, and then there's information that needs to be updated regularly. So I want to commend our staff that is working nonstop to ensure that there are links. Every school has the registration links on there. But I wanted to hone in on the flow charts. Those flow charts, the visuals are so important. And I do know that we have an updated COVID-19 flow chart. It says January 2022 update, and it has been updated with the new guidelines in terms of even when students can return to school and these improving symptoms and being fever-free. So it changed a lot from having to provide a negative COVID test before they can come back. So it's a big change. I have looked at different schools and I guess it's still being updated because the Spanish form still has the October update and in some schools. I'm not saying all of them, but it seems like some schools are still showing the October update for the flow chart. And we're gonna have to continue working with this, with flow charts. You know, I appreciate all the emails that go out from communications, the robocalls that go out, you know, administrators sending robocalls. We're communicating as best as we can. And as I mentioned, we're gonna have to continue doing that. But good job on the Google link, you know, the Google link, because that means that it's getting updated, and it kind of shows when it was updated. The second comment I have is about attendances, and I really appreciate our chair Bettina laying that out. I do know that there are a lot of families in vulnerable positions where food security is an issue. And the state has changed guidelines for pandemic EBT for families. And so a lot of like the way we code those absences, you know, if it is COVID related, code 1D versus illness is going to be, it's going to be a game changer, because they would not be able to qualify for those supports at the state level with PBT if it's not coded correctly. If it's medical or illness, they won't get that unless it's actually related to quarantine, which is code 1D. And I just wanted to see how we're communicating with at the school sites, how important that is.
We have definitely shared that with schools as well as our data managers. And I would say I spoke with the data manager this week and I said, how much time are you spending on, for example, I'll call it COVID attendance, because it's very specific to which students are in quarantine, which ones are absent. And she said 75% of her time. And so 75% of her time, she is in a tracker. She is looking up individual students. She is identifying, is this student? So to be considered present offsite, there has to be a level of engagement with the lessons that the school, that the teachers are providing. So to just think through monitoring that when you see a school and you see how many numbers, it's also looking at those dates, making sure that the dates are right. We have definitely communicated with our data managers and our school staff that is directly connected to some additional benefits outside of school. So I think we've lived that over the last year, we've lived that. So at least that's familiar territory of understanding the importance of the codes.
Thank you so much. I have seen it work out, and I've seen data managers just work in that way. And it is a lot of work and just a lot of gratitude, because as I mentioned, you know, families sometimes have questions, especially families who were able to get PEBT with remote learning.
Right.
And then they're contacting me and contacting other folks asking, you know, even there's a lag time even for those, for that support, because folks who were COVID positive between September and November are still waiting, and they should be getting it, you know, months later. So it's really hard, but thank you so much for all the work that you're all doing.
Ms. Byer, I did just want, in terms of the situation that you just mentioned, in terms of a student that might have some medical conditions, I did want to remind and appreciate our board for allowing us to initiate Spark Scholars and for our community to be aware of that. We are not yet at capacity. We had planned for 300 seats. So if there is a student and or family that does feel differently now that we are dealing with another variant, they can feel free to reach out to our Office of Student Assignment or to Regina Nixon, who serves as our coordinator for that program, or to Mr. Matthew Hickson, who is the principal of Ignite.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hardy. That's great to be reminded of, and I'm glad that we still have some flex in that availability. I wanted to see if there's any other questions and give Dr. Mbenga and his team a chance to answer the email that's been going around, thinking that we might pause things next week because we have a 2-day teacher workday, and we have a MLK, a teacher workday, and then there's some teachers wanting to just push the reset button because they're concerned. And I wanted to give you a chance to address that, Dr. Mbenga.
Thank you, Ms. Byer. I think I'll be working with my team roughly tomorrow. We have to look at our calendar. We have to make sure that we have enough hours, enough days that we'll be able to meet our statutory requirements. And again, I would like for our staff to know, as we get into this winter season, looking at inclement weather. As a matter of fact, we're going to have one on Sunday. We really want to be really proactive to make sure that we do not one of those days and then start thinking about making up days and things of that nature. So we'll be communicating with our board, and if there are going to be any changes with our calendar, folks will be able to be informed.
I appreciate it. And I know you all have the ability to be conservative with the calls that you make about schools. And we're different from back in the day of flattening the curve. We're learning and we're also anxious. I also am not going to go into questions about student vaccination rates, but I think those are something that we would all love to see increase, and remind folks that 12 and up are now eligible for boosters. MLK Day is a great day to get boosted and to do service in the community. Mr. Sears.
I did want to note that we are not, I don't have enough data on how our children are doing with the illness. I know the science is still being done on Omicron, but what can we get something from our health department on, what the potential damage is here? I mean, we shouldn't have to pull this from the news ourselves. So please, in your weekly meetings with them, continue to push for information. Continue to invite them to our meetings, please. I feel like we need that data to make informed policy decisions.
There was a study that came out this week about the increased risk of childhood or type 1 diabetes, right? For folks that have had COVID. Nurse Howard, can I put you on the spot just one last time to just remind people why this still matters, why they shouldn't give up? Like why we hope this is milder, but we don't know yet. Can you just remind us all of why it matters?
So there was an article in the New York Times that stated there's 5 reasons you should not want to get Omicron. So there's some people who are thinking that because it's mild, we should just get it and have it over with. So one of the major things is everyone's response to the infection is so different. And though for the most part, luckily, most people who get infected are recovering. However, there's still people who are being hospitalized. And we don't want to take that risk, right? Furthermore, I think when we look at the history of COVID and the different variants, we weren't prepared for this at all. But what I'm hearing is a lot of people saying, well, it's not that bad because I don't see people getting that sick. Unfortunately, when you look at district-wide numbers, with that large number of infections, that also means you have a larger percentage of people who might not do well. And so that is my plea, is that we get vaccinated. If you're eligible, get your booster, and we layer all these prevention strategies that we have in place. Everyone's participation, not just for DPS, but for our community. And so for our staff and our families, I am pleading, if you're not vaccinated, consider it. If you're eligible for your booster, get it. Continue to wear your mask appropriately and consistently, especially even when you're off campus and in your day-to-day, do that, because a lot of what we're seeing is also off-campus activities that may be happening, is also affecting us.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're brilliant. Thank you so much for your leadership. I think that brings us to summary of follow-up items, unless I missed something from folks, and I appreciate everyone's patience.
Receive a lot of questions. So I think that the one follow-up item that we have is just keeping updates regarding the communication regarding MACO and testing, and then following up with the board regarding what potentially may happen next week with the schedule. Dr. Monk gave me the thumbs up.
Thank you so much. And I know folks will be excited about those high-quality masks that Dr. Monk talked about earlier. If people missed it as part of the earlier presentation, they're out there for you. All right, I would welcome Dr.
May I
Mabenga,
just
you-
make a
yes,
last
please.
comment here? Just wanted to remind all our folks that we've been able to add a lot of positions. We have a lot of contact tracers. At the district, they're not even hiring their own. So all this have been made possible because of SR funds that we have. So at some point, maybe next month, we'll let you know where we are with our SR funds. But we've been able to add a lot of positions. That's why we've been really proactive to address COVID in our buildings.
Thank you so much. That brings us to item 11, closed session. I would welcome a motion.
I move that we go into closed sessions for the reasons stated in the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Valladares and seconded by Ms. Umstead. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor?
Oh,
yes,
sorry.
ma'am. No.
Ms. Murchison, Caroline, do we need to add this language for the motion around the closed session appeal?
Yes, we do. That needs
Okay.
to be added to what's on the agenda.
Okay. So we need to amend it to add some language around the closed session.
But we amended the agenda at the beginning.
All right.
Right.
And we need to add this language. Consider confidential student matters protected under GS 143, 318, 11, parentheses A1, and GS 115C-402.
Okay, do I hear?
We don't need
yeah,
a motion on that. We just need the motion to go into closed session to include that. Motion,
Okay.
so moved as amended.
Okay. That's definitely what I heard out in this space for sure. Okay, so any further discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
We are in closed session.
We are now back in open session. Dr. Mbenga.
Madam Chair, I'm here to seek for your approval for the personnel report as discussed at a closed session.
Move approval of the personnel report dated January 13th, 2022.
A second.
Been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Mr. Lee. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. And with that, we are adjourned. You can.